That's a way to start, y'all. That was unintentional. I'm having a day. I'm having a moment. Hey, where's my shit? Where the fuck is my shit? Bitches, bitches be bitching. Okay, here we are. Hi. Close. Be gone. That's gonna do. Can you stop? Reload. Don't fuck me. You fucked me. You fucked me. That was intentional. Hello? Hello? Oh my goodness, the audio is atrocious.
I hope nobody disturbs me.
Oh my goodness, the audio is atrocious. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. 1 second. I'm on the verge. Okay, here we are. Wonderful. Grand. Okay. Hola, bitches. We got shit to do. So, how long has it been since I played Genshin? That's a great question. I have been playing Genshin. I just have not done any of the quests. None of them. Absolutely zero. I will say, some lovely updates. I have received nothing since we last left off, except for Arlecchino. I have gotten Arlecchino. I love her. I truly do love her. She's such a legend. She's level 90. I don't think her weapon is, but I'll have to check on that. I did not get Sethos or Chloron, though I did roll for both of them. I'm very sad because I've always gone for all 4 stars. Continuous updates. Siegrin should have been a 4-star. We're all aware of this. Let's move on. Yeah, I think that's it. I didn't get Shiori. I didn't want Shiori. I didn't get Shinyun, but I was streaming and stuff for that, so we're aware. I do not care for any of the Fontaine characters. I mean, Fontaine. Not one. Absolutely none of them. Not on trailer came out, and I want to die. First of all, why are they white? These are areas in like South Africa, in Latin America, indigenous cultures. You know, predominantly darker skinned individuals, you know, people of color. And they have all these white people, or at least white passing, white seeming people. Because the way Genshin does eyes and anime has its own problem, but that's its own issue. Walking around, doing their shit. It's like, girl, this is so, you are taking from these cultures and giving nothing in return. No representation, nothing. And that's not fair to them. That's not fair to anyone. It's especially frustrating when the designs physically would be better if they had darker skin tones. If it would be more diverse in the cast. Colorism is a problem. The few darker skin, like brown 5 stars we have, like people of color in this game that we have, POC individuals, are lighter skinned, with Desha and Sino being the only 5 stars we have, and then being super light-skinned, and Kandake being slightly darker, Sethos being darker, them being limited to the desert, or, like, harmful, like, black stereotypes. It's horrible. It's horrible, and I can't speak on it too much, because I'm a white person, but it's still frustrating. It's still frustrating to not see something that is deserved for these people that play their game. There are darker skinned people that play these games and they get like no representation. And it's bullshit. Like, these people are giving you funds. The least you could do is give them something in return. But no, and it's stupid. And it's stupid as shit. And everyone's having this mentality like no one's gonna boycott. Honestly, if a bunch of people called for a boycott and they were actually doing it, I would do it too. But no one wants to do that because everyone's of the mentality that it's not gonna work. Why would we do it? Everyone's assuming no one else is gonna do it, so they're not doing it. And that's the thing. If we keep that mentality, then no one is gonna do it. But if we have confidence, if someone says, "Hey, we can do this if we organize it, if we work together on it," we could actually make some fucking change. Everyone's pissing out of it, or everyone's too obsessed with this game, or addicted to their own dopamine rush, that they refuse to do anything about it, and it pisses me off. To be fair, I'm not boycotting it, but again, we need someone to organize it. We need a prominent figure to start it. I ain't prominent. Bitch, I ain't done shit. I haven't done anything. But it still pisses me right the fuck off. Like, geez. It ain't hard to get your shit together and, like, try something. There are people with voices that aren't doing anything, and the people without voices are trying, and they are failing because they don't have the same influence that some of these bigger creators have. And it is so upsetting. So that upsets me. The Pyro Archon, she's the Pyro Archon. It sucks, but it's true. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if she was like the dragon or something, but her being the Archon, girl. Nuh-uh. First of all, they pulled from these cultures, didn't even represent them in a nice way, and overly, like, modernized, like, Americanized them. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What are we doing? Of course they modernize every culture in this game, like, there's, like, a modern vibe to Genshin style, in general, which is okay. But they barely incorporated the culture into the designs, and just kind of fan-serviced it up. Which is not uncommon for Genshin, but at least sometimes they try to portray it accurately, like every once in a while, they put some effort in. It felt like there was zero. Especially with the Archon, they usually have to try, but no. That's the same thing with Nahida, where she's like, there's not a lot of Sumeru in Nahida, and it's so sad. Because this is meant to represent the area. Girl, where? It's so upsetting. But we must move on. For now, we're going to be doing the Arlecchino and Lynette quest. So we're going to start with the Lynette Hangout quest. I have my Lynette team here. She's a DPS. We love to see it. And after that, I'm going to do Arlecchino story quest. We're going to try and get as far as we can on Arlecchino story quest, but doing all of Lynette stuff is going to be the priority. Because, well, first of all, I love her. And second of all, I feel like I have to do Lynette's quest before Arlecchino. It just feels right. Something about it just feels right. You know what I mean? So, yeah. We're going to do that. Everything's gonna be fine. Yeah. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go. There she is. She with a cat. Hi, babe. Woo! Is that meant to be voiced? I can't tell.
Meow.
What are you up to?
It's you. 1 second. Now activating chat mode. You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally.
Okay, sorry. I need to check audio. Is someone out to kidnap you?
Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making.
How so,
Half
sweetie?
an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode.
I see. So they sent someone to find you and bring you back? But why?
Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show.
The lead role?
Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival.
That was a while ago.
We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Linny was chanting along with them. Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mary who had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
So this is a dramatic debut of the Magician's Puppet,
Yep,
huh?
you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet. In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form.
That does sound pretty avant-garde, but can people understand the
Art
plot?
is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least, that's what the director says.
Okay.
Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that. But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there.
For once, you weren't able to use Lenny as a human
The
shield.
other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage.
What things? The cat.
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad.
I take it Bonnie's your pet cat?
No, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away.
And you've already named her?
Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie? Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise.
Owner? Not a stray
Nope.
cat, then.
She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer, her owner's probably worried sick about her. Assuming she has an owner, that is. But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time.
Is this a tough decision for you?
Well, I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Lenny's area than mine. So, unless it's something really important, I usually just leave the decision-making to him.
But for once, he's not here when you need him. That doesn't happen
It's
often.
fine. He got Ferminate to make me a little something for just this situation. Poof! A phaetometer.
What's this?
It looks pretty over the top, I know, but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be harder to break. The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at the number on the card.
And how does that help you make a decision?
Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception.
Simple and
I just have to
straightforward.
believe in the bond between me and my cards, and my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form. At least, that's what Lenny said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration.
Thank you. That's such a weird thing, though. Like, her not making decisions for herself, that weirds me out. It's like, girl, you're a human. You know that, right, babes? You can make your own decisions. You can think what you want and do that. Like, you don't have to rely on other people if you don't want to. And you should really learn not to rely on other people. You should learn to rely on yourself. But girls out here being like, I'm just gonna let people make decisions for me because it's easier. It's like, girl, that's not good for you. That's not good for anyone. I love this cat. I love cats, y'all. Oh, bitch, you didn't even let me read!
Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just...
You didn't even let me read the thing! I don't even know what happened! When he smacks the card box, all the cards fall onto the ground and she picks one from the thingy.
Clearly,
I don't
there's
know.
some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Ferminate know.
I feel like this maybe wasn't a design
Let's see.
issue.
Which card did I get? 4. Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate.
Fair.
If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Lenny said.
That's stupid. Make your own decisions, babes. What do you want, Lynette? This is all about you. Lenny ain't here. Fuck Lenny. Respectfully. Love the man. But sometimes he gets a little stupid.
So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer.
I think what Winnie really meant is sometimes you have to accept the answer you didn't want.
Or why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means our fates are, like, interfering with each other.
You should leave the razzle-dazzling for a minute. I'll pick another card for you.
This one is final, I promise.
Okay, cool.
Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
Or maybe you can just do what you want. And not have to make maybe not relying on other people to make a decision for you. And just doing what you want might make you a happier person. Have a little freedom, babes. I think you should head back to the drinks reception. I think you should help Bonnie. I think you should help Bonnie, personally.
So we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
Please. So how do you plan to find Bonnie's owner?
I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You wanna come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
You mean you want me to come? Okay, understood. Sure, if it means I get to hang out with you for a bit longer. Yeah, I love hanging out with Lynette. Lynette's my favorite character, by the way. Outside of Kuching. They're equal, in my mind. My two favorites. The fate-o-meter. The thingy. Is that all of it? Oh. Really? That's really cool. And I really like that. I really like that. Because sometimes I do a lot in a day, and it's like, I don't want to have to save it for later, you know what I mean? This would have been really great forever ago, but it's alright, it's alright, we move on. I am going to switch to a team that has Arlecchino real quick, because she is the only person that I need friendship XP with right now. Every single other character I own has full friendship XP. This is my Arlecchino team. Say hi. You're going to see him later, when we do Arlecchino's quest. When Arlecchino appears in Arlecchino's quest. The Arlecchino's quest is about Arlecchino, but it doesn't seem to feature her too much until the end. Also, like with her saying, I bet you might not use Arlecchino's team. This is my Arlecchino team. There's my queen. I didn't get her weapon. It was very sad, but it's alright. XP. The fate-o-meter. What in the frick is that? Hi. I'm curious. What does it do? Rock bar? Does that say all three? $13. Yeah, I'm done. Wait. Do I not have that yet? I do. Can I snatch it back up? It'll snatch itself back up. It's alright. We walk away. Wait, let me get Lynette out again. Well, actually, maybe. This is a weird idea I have. We use Arlecchino for Lynette's hangout, and then we use Lynette's team for Arlecchino's team because of the situation. I think that makes sense. Yeah, we'll do that. Does it really make sense? Not really. And then if they have like a special like sub thing, I'm just gonna switch them out and shit. But Steambird. There it is. It's right there. It's right the fuck there. Why was I having a little panic, girl? I know how to navigate this place. It's been nearly a year now, girl. The fact that it's about to be the 4th year of Genshin. 4-year anniversary. I might die. Y'all. 4 years? I've been playing this shit for 4 years. Jeez. Playing this shit for 4 fucking years. My 4-year anniversary is in December. Christmas time, babes. That's crazy shit. My goodness, 4-year anniversary of playing this game. It has become my life. Y'all. When this game is done, I won't know what to do with myself. Where will my personality go then? I don't have a personality. This is my personality. It's fine. Anyway, hi, babe.
Every stupendous day starts with a steambird. Oh, hi, Lynette. Hi, traveler. What can I help you with?
We wanted to ask about the latest Tales of Humanity column. Any commissions there about a missing cat?
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yeah.
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Yeah.
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you.
Did you give them the address so that they could find you? Okay.
Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long.
Of course, girl. I love you, and I love how these animations are slaying on you. Like, you are just absolutely slaying. And let me just get a little screenshot here, because this is slay. I can't explain it. It just makes sense.
Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now.
I'm also going to screenshot this, because I love this pose for Lynette. Something about it just feels like slay.
If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you.
Looking forward to it.
See you then.
Wait till morning. 7 to 9. 7 to 9. Where are we? We're good. 7. Bitch. Okay. No, it's fine. You know what? It is fine. I'm okay. Oh. This seems like a problem. Hi, sweetie. Oh. They said nah.
I believe this cat belongs to me.
Director of the Humane Society.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two.
What's going on?
Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
That's fine, girl.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
Passive checks are a typical type of checks that need not be actively triggered, but will instead automatically trigger at a specific time. If you pass, you will find some hidden information, such as irregularities in a person's attitude or certain weird details. This lady's expression seems a bit unnatural. Voice to dispel doubts about our integrity. So basically, we're like Caduceus from Critical Role with his insight checks, but it's just passive. Passive insight. We're like, I just clocked something.
No. It's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society.
No text. We in the clear. How about we let Bonnie decide?
Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime.
Animal handling. Nah. Fuck you, nah. Wait a minute, babes. Give me a second. Are we D&D in this bitch? Girl. I already said a Genshin Impact themed D&D game would be amazing. Lynette would be a blade singer, obviously. I'm so hyped. This is so fucking cool. Animal handling, that's a skill that we are not investing in. I'm kidding. Animal handling. Oh my goodness, y'all. Are we gonna have this all the time? I love this shit. I fucking love this shit, y'all. Delish. This is gonna be fun. Okay. The random checks triggered by the fatal meter often serve as indicators for destiny's course, or the success or failure of an action. Press to draw a card and get a random number between 1 to 20. I wonder what that could possibly be. If the number displayed is greater than or equal to the check difficulty, you will pass the check. Otherwise, you will fail. Meets it, beats it. Y'all, I love D&D, and I love when D&D creeps its way into other games. There is, of course, to do. I will say, I do think, personally, that there should be a modifier. You should be able to, like, build skills with certain characters. That was slay. That was slay. Okay. Adequate preparation and friendly aid can sometimes affect the result of these checks. Well, howdy do. Look at that. Your current bonuses will be added to your randomly drawn number, making it easier to pass checks. Check objective 8. Oh, that's easy. How am I feeling? Hey, meets it, beats it. Was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Really? That just was correct counting. Okay. Bonnie happily runs up to you and begins to weave through your legs.
This complicates things.
This complicates things. It seems she quite likes me. There's no way to tell who her owner is.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me.
And how are you so sure she belongs to you?
She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case. If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is.
What's the Humane Society?
We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. Near the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat? If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
It belongs to my friend.
With us here to keep watch, it should be fine.
Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends.
Not a problem.
Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
So, is this your friend's cat?
Yes, exactly.
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
We've heard about this. Lynette is a very perceptive person. It's in, like, all of her character descriptions. She's really good at, like, noticing things.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here, Bonnie was her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation. A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat. I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird, so I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But it looks like I overestimated him.
If I were on the run, I don't think I'd come back either.
The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead.
So what's being smuggled?
A new kind of illegal drug. Imitation synth.
Ugh. Really? The fallout of this shit. I thought we were done with that shit. Girl, okay.
We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes
Fair.
away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix.
Yeah. Drug addiction, it's really is like, it's a disease, y'all.
And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly.
Yeah, that's not surprising, given the money people shell out for even legal things, let alone illegal things.
After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner.
Who is he exactly?
He's a
Yeah, I'd
researcher
like
at
to
the
know.
Fontaine Research Institute.
How can a bad person have a cat?
His name is Pierre. Pierre Lafayette, to be exact.
We know that bitch, right? That sounds familiar.
Stay there.
We do. Oh, we do. We know this bitch. Okay, let me read real quick. A slight dread just crossed Lynette's face. Strange. She usually schools her expressions with mechanical precision. Yeah, that's the bitch that kidnapped her and, like, low-key attacked her. When I'll say attacked. It was foreshadowed, at least in my opinion. I got some vibes of, like, SA and stuff. And I was like, girl, this ain't good. This ain't good. Girl, you don't have to go. You don't have to go. You don't have to participate in this. You can walk away. If this is going to traumatize you, you can...
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him.
What the fuck is that?
At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lafayette family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine. Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the guards and the Special Patrol are all searching for him.
Could his family be hiding him?
That's not possible, actually. The Lafayette family has been gone for a long time.
I'm quite sure Arlecchino, like, murdered their ass.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the Patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on, family's power and influence took quite the hit.
Yeah. Arlecchino killed them. Esther. We love a murderous queen.
The family is engaged in all manner of
That was
crimes.
bad to say.
As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is.
About that Murderous Queen comment, don't take that in reality. In a game, the game is fantasy. The game ain't real. I do not support violence of any kind in real life. However, in video games, this shit don't matter, it ain't real. I mean, it matters to some extent with influence, but like, stuff like this in games gets weird. It's not condoning murder, babes, it's fantasy. Let us move on.
Well,
it's really okay for you to share all this information
all
with us.
About how smart and courageous you both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You really know how to appeal to my ego. We'll help you with anything.
There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout.
Sure. Oh, hello,
If I
Cat.
take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that.
So we should keep Bonnie with us for the time
I
being?
have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot.
Agreed.
Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
Of course, babes. Can you give us a way to contact you? No? Okay. It's fine. What's wrong, girl?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
I actually know the reason. The Traveler clearly does not.
It's just the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago. It was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened.
Then the assassin Elodie mentioned.
Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Lenny and I to join the House of the Hearth. After all these years, I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again.
Are you okay?
Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Lenny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job.
Do you think the rest of the House of the Hearth is dealing with this thing with the family, and they just haven't told her because they don't want to scare her, but they're actually hurting her by not telling her what's happening? Y'all, I'm the smartest bitch present. Y'all, who's talent? Me. Talent incarnate, babes. Oh my goodness, I just hit my fucking glasses off of this. Bitch. Thank goodness they didn't get scratched. Oh my goodness. My hair did get stuck in them, though. Okay. In the clear, babes.
Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fermine to help him out. In any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time.
You think he knows about Pierre?
It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though. Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever. You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way.
Along the way? Are we going somewhere? Yeah, we're gonna do this shit. We're gonna do this shit. We're gonna intervene with both of their sides and fuck it all up. Because we're the baddies. We're gonna win this case, but no one else can win. Because guess what? We're better than all of them. Say it. Say it. Say it louder. I love you, girl. I love you, Lynette. Also, I love her just being like, you'll have to help me teach him a lesson. Yeah, bitch. Tell your brother shut the fuck up and die.
Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into Linny along the way.
Give me a moment. Let me have my moment. First of all, slay. Second of all, is it me or is Lynette neurodivergent coded? Like, come on. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. A lot of people are like, oh, she's just super introverted. This don't seem like just extreme introversion, honey. Not to me. I'm clocking something. I'm going off my brain. It's giving OCD. And I can't explain it. I can't explain it in words. I can't explain it and I refuse to. But her having her specific modes that she needs to turn on to do specific things, and her getting really paranoid about certain things, and her kind of existing in her own head, and trying her best not to show feelings because she's scared of getting hurt. So she has her little systems. I mean, come on. Okay, I'm jumping off my high horse, but that was my little take for the day. Are you trying to help out Linny with his investigation, or are you trying to prove yourself?
A little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. Something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what.
I also want to know what secrets he's hiding. Sometimes you've just got to take the bull by the horns, right? I love Bonnie.
Okay.
That's my kid right there.
I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
Cool. I'm loving this. These vibes are immaculate. Go to the new Fontaine Research Institute. Slay! Oh, and look at that. Number 2. We'll claim those rewards later. Actually, should we do it now? I don't know. What are we on? Oh. I know what it is down. You know it's so good. Sorry. Okay. I want both of these weapons, so I don't really care which one I get, but I'm going for Verdict just because, I mean, if I get to Fate points, I'm going to get the Key of Caution there at some point. And Verdict I can live without. I have a lot of good options. For Nilou, though, Nilou gets weird. I know what it is. Sorry, I watched the Kiki Palmer interview, and she's, like, her just meme energy is all that's on my mind right now. Hi. Thank you. God, what the f do you want? Ugh, it's gonna bother me. Okay. To the commissions page. No. Give me a second, babes. I know what it is. Oh my goodness, that's been annoying me this whole time. The Sumeru Reputation Reward has been bothering me, but I don't want to go neither because I don't want to activate the quest. I hate everything. Okay, I'm gonna get the Sumeru thing. It's bothering me. It's been bothering me for a while, but because I don't play Genshin Impact that much, and I don't pay attention to the maps that much, and I wander around a lot, I usually don't need to worry about it. But it's bothering me. So we're gonna fix it, because it's really bothering me. What the fuck? Hi? Howdy? Bitch? Okay. Don't hurt me. Sometimes this game just scares the living shit out of me. With the shit it can drag you into on a whim. Like, I didn't ask for this, bitch. Okay, this was an accident. They, like, really expect you to keep up with the pace. It's like, girl, sometimes I need a break. Sometimes I need a second. I take a yearly break every year. Like, guaranteed, just to make sure, like, I can let myself rest. Like, it's a tradition. It's always in June. Sometimes it starts a little earlier. Yeah. Okay. New Fontaine Research Institute. Detectives. We are the detectives, bitch. We're the 2-4s. Oh, shit. We're like not in Veth and Jester with their agency. I am such a bitch. All I can talk about is Critical Role. I'm mentally ill, y'all. Anyway, moving on. I'm currently just stuck on Critical Role and like in Steven Universe and shit. Oh, hi, little bitch. Oh my goodness, Linny's working with Chevrolet. I haven't even seen those two interact once. And they're working together? Oh, this is some crazy shit. Legend.
Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
I love Lynette schooling him. Just like, bitch, you really trying to hide shit from me? I know you back and front. I know this world back and front. I see everything. I've got eyes everywhere. I am that bitch. Don't even try. Bitch. Like, Lynette really just called him a dumbass bitch that deserves to die in like a long-ass monologue with no swear words. She said that. She said that. And that's what we like to call a legend. Moving on.
That's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shovras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
We meet again,
Nice
babes.
to see you.
You too.
I should clarify something. Mr. Linney's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Linney as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
Are you here because of the Lefevre case? I don't know how to fucking say that name. I'm sorry, bitch. I butchered that shit. Are you here because of those bitches' case? That's the name now.
So you've heard everything then?
Girl, you think we're dumb? We're too baddies. Like, baddies. Like, we are the baddest bitches present. I don't know if you know, you little twink, but we're a little bit better than you. Jeez. This bitch really said, I can hide this. I can hide this. Dude, you are an amateur. You're great at talking. You are not great at much else, okay? That was so mean. I'm sorry. I love Linney. I truly do. He just gets on my nerves. Because in some cases, he reminds me a lot of myself. And in some cases, he reminds me of a certain twink in my real life, okay? So it's not a fun experience.
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefevre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved.
Ugh.
Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that Harbinger. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, you were victims back then more than anything.
Thanks, you Sly. We love Chevers, okay?
I sought Mr. Linney's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more.
Are they teaming up with the House of the Hearth?
The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for.
I'm assuming you wouldn't be opposed to some extra help?
Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Linney, I'm not the same person I was back then.
Oh my goodness. This is such a nice shot. I'm sorry.
That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
That screenshot's also really good. I swear, I'm gonna go in and delete all the clutter. I have a bunch of storage clutter from all the screenshots I take, but it's not affecting my gameplay. My gameplay's doing just fine. I'm just scared it's gonna mess up my gameplay during a stream or something, so I get really nervous about it sometimes. But I'm not really worried. It's never messed it up before. I will clean it out at some point, though. I know you want to protect your little sister, but little sisters don't stay little forever.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
That upsets me. Sorry, one little thing. I hate that. The way that Travis says, I know you want to protect your little sister, but little sisters don't stay little forever. First of all, Lenny and Lynette are twins. Okay, they're twins. She was never his little sister, just his sister. They're the same fucking age. They have the same fucking birthday. I will kick your ass. Moving on.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was gone?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is... Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
Trying to make fun of the fact of like a legitimate child or whatever the fuck. That's slay. Get it going, babes. The fucking line the traveler says. This is giving glee. How has your life been since the birth of your bastard child? That would mean Pierre is a bastard child.
It's highly likely. That very status may have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Apparently,
wait, what happened?
Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse.
Maybe we'll have to take our investigation somewhere else then. Elsewhere then, whatever. Did you find anything useful at his residence? I'll ask.
Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson.
Bitch lived in Poisson, slay.
Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored.
Okay.
Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean. We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
Exactly.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson. They didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Right. That makes sense.
Poisson.
What is it, Lynette?
You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
Right. Yeah, that's fair.
A cat? You mean...
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
Yep.
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson. If that's true, then...
She must have wandered off only after Pierre brought her to his secret base.
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Lynette can give it a try. I'm gonna let Lynette try. I want her to
Meow.
shine.
Meow meow. Meow?
It seems to understand. Bonnie seems to understand what you want her to do. She flicks her tail in the fucking... I don't fucking know, you fucking bitch.
Beach. Beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the court of Fontaine.
I'm upset. I'm upset. Those things usually always have a stick around thing, but for some reason they don't in this quest. So all those little fucking vision boards in black screens with the text, I can't fucking read them.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
She's like, I've never talked to a fucking cat, but I'll take your word for it, babes.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
Cats and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact. Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Okay, we're listening to a cat. Let's do this. We love a kitty slaying. Go and check the suspicious location. Where is it? Girl, there? Okay. I love me. It just doesn't seem like a suspicious place. I've gone there all the time. It's like, what in the world is suspicious about that area? But okay, babes. If that's what you want to say, that's what you want to say. It's okay. Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Bonnie.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere.
I wonder where. Oh, this is mildly concerning. Hi, sweetie.
Gardamex ahead.
Look out!
Transfixed! Witness my lies. Laid bare. Shine down!
You ass! Stop right there!
Let's get it on! This is where you fall.
Boom.
Overruled.
Boom. I love my little overload team. Hi, Bonbon. Oh. Hello.
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the special patrol here and now. No questions asked.
Lynette's just a baddie. She's just an investigator. She's like, you need something done, just let me do it.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
They're just over here complimenting her, being like, "You're amazing," and she's like, "Go stop. We're in the middle of something, and I can't handle this shit." She's so real. She's so real. I love Lynette. Investigate.
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made.
These bottles and jars, they're all imitation synth?
Looks like he's got more than just imitation synth stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify.
Interesting.
These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell.
Yeah, he's smart. He did a good
The
job.
Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away.
He's like a fucking criminal mastermind. Bitch out here being like, watch me be better than you.
But what are these other drugs for?
I don't know, maybe he has a problem. That was rude. That was rude, I apologize. Addiction is actually like a mental illness that people need to recover from, and it's not something they should be insulted for. I'm just having a moment.
There is no escape.
The material these bags are made of, it's quite rare.
What is it? Doesn't it look similar to the material used for your magic
It's
pockets?
the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant.
Maritime flower fiber. I didn't know you can make fabric out of those water flowers. That's cool. That's really cool. I wish we learned about these, like, unique materials. And we could, like, put them ourselves.
Even the
and leak
strings
resistant.
look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight.
Maybe the materials are, like, very slippery and, like, easy to fall out, and they're, they dissolve things really easily.
I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well.
So kind of like one of those small seal bags?
Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth, but if it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection for some time.
Oh, so it was, like, super strong so that you couldn't really sense through it, you know?
But what could
So-
these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
Maybe they are the corrosion I was talking about, where they're, like, corrosive and, like, homicidal or something. That's a weird word. I don't know. You know what I mean. Shut up. Lynette.
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right?
He must have moved them, but carrying them all the way out here would attract too much attention.
You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here, then?
Examine the barrels. These barrels show signs of water damage. Dried up water stains can be seen around the circumference of the barrels. So they were in the water for some reason. There seems to be a pattern to the location of the water stains. For some reason, they only appear to the lower half of the barrels. I have no clue what that could be. Like, maybe they were in, like, a weird boat situation where they were, like, partially under the water, but that's, like, weird. Lids all seem very tight, leaving sizable gaps around the edges, but there doesn't appear to be any traces of water inside the barrels.
Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
That confuses me. I have no clue what the fuck that could be. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even gonna theorize, bitch. I don't even know what that could be.
Based on the various ingredients we found, this appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth.
Yep.
It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
That's why the Mayor Chelsea Phantom didn't find anything suspicious in his home.
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses.
Fair.
The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles. But if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's still a very risky operation.
What about if the drop-off happened at sea? There'd be no one around to see him.
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. As if they'd been standing upright in the water. If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
2 tightly sealed bags full of air. Turning them into airtight flotation devices.
With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
Right.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
Barrels that could float away and get lost at sea. Sounds difficult to keep in one place, kind of like certain pets. Bonnie?
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a rope can be used to keep a pet from running away, then why not a barrel?
We love a queen. I love her. I may not be the smartest bitch in the bucket, but, you know, I make do. I have some fun commentary to add to the smart people's dialogue. That's my job. To be the funny for the smart. Look at it. Well, no, that's not it. That's it. But give me a sec.
This isn't the place. This isn't the place.
Yeah, I assumed it was in the boat, but...
The wreckage of a small boat?
Okay, maybe it's not in the boat. What else could it be? I couldn't tell you. Oh. Check success. There seems to be something odd over there. Thank you.
Got it. Time to go up and report.
It was tied to a fucking rock under sea. That's so smart. This dude is so smart. I didn't even know we'd see Chevrolet. I predicted this shit. Howdy.
As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this.
Right.
With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
Yep.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
Why use such a convoluted drop-off method, though? Wouldn't it be easier for both parties to meet up at the transfer point on their respective vessels and exchange the goods right then and there?
could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face. As one of the sole survivors of the Lefebvre family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation. Likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
That explains why we couldn't find evidence linking him to overseas operations. Who could it be?
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
That seems likely.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport, and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind.
Have you looked into the ports already?
Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious.
Right.
Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border.
A small boat and a few barrels isn't going to get you very far.
You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit.
How in the fuck would they do that? Would they like sneak it onto someone else's boat? Like stowaway ass shit?
They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections.
Well, if we can't find any travel logs, we can still search further.
Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
Split the party. I love this shit.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
Nice.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumiduce Harbor and see what you can find out?
Ooh.
Alright. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
I love Bonnie. This is my bonbon. That's not really cute. Okay. To the harbor. This harbor is like weird. I don't know. I can't explain it. It's the vibes. It's the vibes. It's the vibes. This harbor gives suspicious activity. It's a vibe, you know. I'm not good at technical things. I'm just good at vibes. Anyway, who the fuck is that? Oh, there's a baby. Oh, my arms hurt.
Oh,
I went to the gym
Lynette,
yesterday. It was
Traveler.
horrible.
And Bonnie
I mean, it was
too.
good. It was nice, but I'm in pain.
What brings you all here?
Oh, that's her. That's Elodie.
Did something happen?
We're here to check the travelogues. That's our girl. You know that's your. You know it's your girl.
You see, thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine.
What you doing here?
I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travelogues, right? I can go fetch those for you.
Thank you. What a queen.
Looks
What
like
a
I got
legend.
another hard day of work ahead of me.
Are things usually this hectic around here? Yeah, they usually seem pretty slow.
No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. For that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff.
Right.
But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
Oh. One second. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Now they have explained to us in detail what was happening and why they literally just told us, oh, that thing you were looking for, it's right the fuck here. Thanks, babes. Love it.
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Yeah. What does happen to those?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly.
Oh,
If the
fair.
goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travel logs for all the recent activity at the port.
Oh, the guard is smelling something.
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me.
I wonder what that could be. Little bitch. Are you suspicious like I thought you were? Something about your vibe gave real suspicious when I first met you. I don't trust you. I don't like you.
Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
Oh, never mind. I forgot. We just came from the place where the imitation synth was made.
We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here, except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
Weird. He flipped through numerous travelogues into sevens where the Humane Society's listed the name really seems to stand out. I knew that guy was suspicious. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Something about his vibe where he was stuttering and he was like, well, I don't know the Humane Society's thing, and I don't know. And she was saying Humane Society. So that bitch was probably the bitch trying to snatch his cat back. That motherfucker. I could feel it in my bones. I gotta trust my gut.
The Humane Society.
We encountered that organization before,
Their
right?
name is all over the exit logs. The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Ah, the director of the organization explained that, actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So, his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier.
Ooh. The cat that fled from Pierre looks just like the cat the Humane Society is looking for. Could that really be a coincidence? It seemed that as if Bernard was also hiding something. He seemed so insistent, but only ran a cursory check before running away. When he came looking for Bonnie earlier, what if he wasn't actually there to check if Bonnie was a missing cat? Maybe he was there for some other purpose.
Have you figured it out too, Traveler?
Yep.
The way the criminal disguised the goods?
Yep. I have, in fact.
When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. They were feeding the cats drugs. Fucking shit. That's some fucked up bullshit. I was like, they can't be. I refuse to believe that. No, and then fucking this fuck my... How dare you? How fucking dare you? This bitch. Fucking... I will hurt him. Oh my goodness. These fucking bitches. They were actively causing direct harm to these fucking cats. For drugs! For a profit, bitch, you fucking assholes! them. I hate people, because it's a real thing that fucking happens, and it's fucking bullshit, and I fucking hate people. Animals are alive, they're living, they have feelings. They feel shit. I fucking hate everything. A part of me was like, no, it can't be. Fuck this. Sorry, that was a lot of swearing, I'm just a little upset. Good writing, Genshin, good writing. You made me upset. You did a good job. That was your intention. Who's using the animals at a shelter slum limitation set? Yep.
Wait, what?
Yep.
The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant.
So that they wouldn't be digested. And that's why they were small and conspicuous, because they would be in the stomachs. Fully on. I hate everything.
There were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water.
So that the animals would be able to breathe. I hate everything.
Those drug shovers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals.
So they would keep still in the floating barrels. Sorry I bumped the mic. I'm just a little upset. What the fuck? Who would do that? I don't understand how people can be that horrible.
Pierre must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
I'm with her. I'm so fucking mad.
Would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss.
Do you think Bonnie could have imitation synth in her stomach?
She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled.
Sorry,
Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the
screenshot all the cute poses.
and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the streets of Fontaine. If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes. He would have had no choice but to go after her.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at the cat.
Pierre must have fled in a hurry. That fact is probably what spared Bonnie.
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those... what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them.
And if any of the imitation synth leaked out, they would also have needed a lot of cleaning agents to get rid of the resulting smell.
That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So, it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Ugh, I hate people.
Okay, then let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice. I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the process.
Wait, that might be a little too intense. I get what you're trying to do, but that just might be a little too intense. You know what I mean? I feel like he's gonna run. He's gonna see the shit and he's gonna bolt. I feel like we should, like, have a stealth mission. But maybe I just want to do more, you know? I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. I hate people. Animals are living beings too. I think people forget that. And it upsets me.
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Ah, you're the people from earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
Yeah, bitch.
After him! We can't let him get away!
Oh, don't you worry.
Over here.
I've got
Give it
this
up,
bitch.
Bernard.
Mercy. Have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
We already know
The
everything.
Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you have committed such an atrocious deed in its name.
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much, he didn't bother to take care of his human wife and son at all. While those animals were showered with love, I lived worse than a dog.
Dogs are living too. Okay? You deserve love from your father, and so did your mother. But so do animals.
No one asked. Tell me, how did you first get to know Pierre?
Fuck yeah, Elodie! Say it louder for the bitches in the back! Say it louder! No one asked. Straight up, queen.
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting. But then, Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards.
Bernard's expression seems a bit unnatural. There's honesty in his trembling voice. He's lying.
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you? The reason why you had to go through so many steps just to transport some animals.
I'd suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Yes, officer.
Boom, bitch.
I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat. Once I sailed to the location he provided, I would dump everything together into the sea. And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and found all the foreign adopters. Oh, and he even supplied all of the goods too. I just did the transport. He was the one who planned out and executed everything else.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. You were still complicit. You still could have said something from the very beginning. This is as on you as it is on him. So don't you fucking dare try to weasel your fucking way out of abusing animals and transporting drugs. Fuck you. Fuck you, Bernard. I hate you.
Look,
So where's he
I don't
now,
know,
bitch?
Okay?
You
I've
know.
never,
You
ever
know.
met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
Well, you can help.
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night, he said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though, but he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
So we can probably get some sense and some vibes. Where's the letter now?
I burned them. It was on his orders. I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
Boom. Thank you, Lynette. Saying what I'm saying. Ugh. I love Lynette. We're just on the same wavelength.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
I don't trust your bitch
Well,
ass.
we can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
I know, I swear I was just telling the truth.
My thanks to you both. Had it not been for you, really don't know what would have happened to this case.
Of
Bonnie
course.
helped, too.
Love Bonnie. You better take care of Bonnie, Lynette. I trust you.
That's true. It was all thanks to her that Bernard was finally exposed.
We love a cat slaying the day. Bonnie suddenly runs and hides behind you and Lynette.
And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well. Then I'll leave you be. Just let me know if you find any other new leads.
I'm weirded out by the hiding. Something more illicit is happening with cats. Oh, why are you sad? Lynette's expression seems a bit unnatural, yeah. Lynette still has something on her mind. Something on your mind still?
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was lying, after talking to him, I'm getting an even stronger sense that something's not quite right.
Me too. I'm feeling the same way, especially with Bonnie hiding behind us.
We investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Let me activate deduction mode and consider things again from the top to see if we can find anything new.
Right.
Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider?
A few things. What about Bernard's letters? There's an unexplained part in the operations of this trafficking ring. Yep, that.
Well, we've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre deals with supplying the goods. Is there something else in this scheme that we're missing?
I think so. Anything else difficult to explain? Communication? All letters and burned, so we can no longer confirm or trace anything. They coordinated their handoffs by passing floating barrels to each other on open stretches of water. Also difficult to explain. Ingredients, no ledger. No specific records of real. I think connections. Probably have a number of connections outside of Fontaine. I don't know about ingredients, but sure. According to Chever's investigation, Pierre has been formally reprimanded for his synth-related research and can no longer get any materials from the Fontaine Research Institute. Yeah, that is weird. These two things are especially weird, but this is weird too. Honestly, it's this.
There's no need to rush. Let's see if we can find any other suspicious points about this case.
No, I'm not done. What about what I found?
The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefebvre pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation.
It was infamous in Fontaine, and even their innocent scions became targets of revenge. But Pierre just carried the pendant with him as if it was an ordinary piece of jewelry. Bonnie has been with Pierre ever since the first meeting between Pierre and the Marechaussee Phantom. That's why Elodie came looking for it. But that shouldn't be all. I mean, I guess we can check pendant. The pattern on the pendant is proof that its owner is an illegitimate child of the Lefebvre family. But this shouldn't be all. According to Bernard, the trafficked animals were taken directly to Pierre's base rather than to Poisson. Pierre became the key suspect in the case because of the suspicious cat and a suspicious pendant.
Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his home?
About Bernard's letters.
Bernard claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. In the letter, Pierre stated that he had gone into hiding. Is there something wrong with the letter?
The letter's delivery method. Regardless of whether he sent it anonymously or secretly delivered it himself, it's no longer something we can follow up on. The lost cat, Bonnie. Bonnie had already been on the loose for a few days when he found her yesterday morning. That means she had already broken free when the letter was written. If the point of the letter was to tell Bernard to get on his guard, then why didn't it also warn him about Bonnie? Escape location. The letter didn't mean Pierre's hiding spot. Didn't mention Pierre's hiding spot, although it makes sense that Pierre wouldn't want anyone else to find him.
If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't carrying anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry. And thinking about it, Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely?
Yep. I have thoughts, y'all. Let me give a little quick talking to him.
Perhaps we are now closing in on the truth.
Can I talk to Bonnie Boo? Okay, maybe later. Hi, Elodie.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow, that hurt. Ow!
Contemplation, they're about to leave. Is it really okay to let them go? Adequate preparation and friendly aid can sometimes affect the result of these checks. Your current bonuses will be added to your randomly drawn number, making it easier to pass checks. Let them go. Oof. The letter's purpose. I'm so mad. I'm so mad because if I used the other clue with the other thing, because I know for a fact that it was one of the two and I picked the wrong one, so if I went and picked the other one, I probably would have gotten an additional bonus. And I'm super mad. And we needed 20. I don't know. Okay. Woo! Woo! We're good. We're good. We're okay. No, we can't let her get away. Let her get away? Hold it right there.
Is there something else you need from me, Traveler?
Bernard and Pierre, they weren't really acting alone, were they?
I see. It all makes sense now.
Oh my goodness, you
Hey,
fucker.
what are you talking about? Look, even our confessed criminal here has no idea what you're saying.
That's why I also found them suspicious. I was like, they're both suspicious. I get bad vibes from both of them. I can't decide. And I've always gotten bad vibes from both of them. Of course. Again, always gotta trust that guy.
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre.
Bernard thought he was communicating with Pierre, and Pierre thought he was taking orders from Bernard. But for all this time, neither of them knew that there was a third person all along.
That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom?
Any animals Pierre received from the floating barrels should have been taken directly to his base, and considering his precarious situation, the pendant should have been the last thing Pierre would leave lying around.
Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation. He was following orders, just like Bernard.
I like this shot, so I'm gonna snap you.
He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you.
Ooh.
Unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
They instructed the two men to communicate through letters and barrels, specifically so that they never get to meet each other. Honestly, this third person probably planned to sell both of them out from the very beginning.
What? You can't be serious. There was a third person involved?
Bernard, you haven't figured it out. It's the bitch right in front of you.
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple. Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
With everything accounted for, the third person would then be cleared of all suspicion.
Wait. That doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then as soon as Pierre is caught, you explain his side of the story and the third person will...
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre would never be found again. Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base.
They then ambushed Pierre and made him
Of
disappear.
course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect. Knowing that Bonnie had last been seen with him, all the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Bernard would then testify that Pierre was the one who came up with the whole plot, and Pierre would be seen as having gone into hiding in anticipation of getting caught. Which could only be the case if you had lied about those Humane Society things on the pages of your doc, wouldn't it be, Elodie?
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was still alive, it was also sent by the third person?
Is that what happened? I'll get back to headquarters right away and reinvestigate this case from the top.
Not so fast, little
Shelva
bitch.
said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting. They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefebvre family.
You spelled that wrong, babes.
But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
Miss Elodie Lefebvre?
Huh?
You okay, babes? Want to talk about it?
Haven't you taken this joke a bit too far? You're right. I did let a lot of assumptions get to my head when I first started to talk to you about the case. I'll make sure to correct my behavior.
You deliberately fed us
You're an
lies,
amazing
but
liar.
even you could not control every last detail of your plan. There was a flaw in your scheme, and something didn't quite go as planned.
Lynette and the Traveler finding Bonnie. Lynette and the Traveler finding Bonnie and figuring things out. Stepping in and prodding along, being little bitches about everything. We are the nosy bitches that you didn't want to deal with. Suck it, Elodie. Fuck, she's such a good liar. She's like, girl, what you doing? It's like, girl, we know what we doing. Shut the,
Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net. And you couldn't predict what they might possibly find, if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan.
And once the Special Patrol and Lenny got involved, it became even harder to control the outcome of the
As someone
investigation.
accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all of the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society.
A great option, of course, would also be to dispose of Bonnie and leave her body at Pierre's base in anticipation of a later discovery.
Once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the Imitation Synth base, it wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine.
However, something unexpected happened at the base. Bonnie managed to escape in the chaos.
It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of Imitation Synth. Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the Steambird. Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of Imitation Synth.
Oh my goodness. You little assholes. Ugh. I fucking love these fucking plots. I hate the bad people, I love the good people, and I love the mystery. If you don't know, I love murder mystery books. I love, like, mystery anything. Excusez-moi. So this is a fun ride for me. Also, that transition with Lynette was so smooth.
While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society.
But Bonnie was very lucky. But you were extremely lucky. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitations and using live animals. Anyways, that was your plan in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation. But Bonnie was very lucky.
Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect.
You knew Linny was investigating the case with Chevres, and you also knew of Lynette's previous encounter with the Lefevre family.
You used the Lefevre name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard somehow having a reason to look for Pierre's cat.
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might put forth the suggestion that would lead you down the wrong path.
Of course, you did far more than that. Just now at Lumidu's Harbor, were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the Society?
By showing us the port's travel logs?
You even highlighted the Society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible to anyone examining the records. Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words, your activities.
And what are you
Boom.
trying to suggest with that?
Ugh, they were hinting at this all the time with the quotes on guards and stuff.
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels.
Once Bernard had placed the animals in the barrels, you'd open the lids and also dump in the raw materials. As long as you did it before Pierre came for his pickup, there'd be none the wiser.
And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials and surreptitiously operated between them.
First, you got in touch with both parties and secured the raw materials. Then you instructed Bernard to prepare the floating barrels and the animals. After that, you slipped the raw materials in the barrels next to the animals, and requested that Pierre pick up the barrels and bring them back to his base.
Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels. Having received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch. This is the truth behind your smuggling ring.
I can't believe it. I never put 2 and 2 together.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
Stop trying to lie and fuck with me anymore, Elodie. We already know. I swear, these bitches be relentless in reality and in games. Oh my goodness. This is good-ass writing.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
Ever thought about a career in writing crime novels?
Ever thought about a career in writing crime novels, huh?
She's so predictable. After you figure out a gaslighter and a liar is a gaslighter and a liar, you can predict them like it's, like, easy peasy.
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating evidence. You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found, so you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefevre name on him. After all, dead men tell no tales. But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard, so you have to make sure he cannot be found until after Bernard has confessed to the authorities. To do that, you either will hide his body until you've found an appropriate time to set up a fake suicide scene, Or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance. The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it.
You could also keep him in a very cool environment to be handled later, or set a fire to make it look like he had burned himself to a crisp. An example of such a place may be somewhere in your own boat, or underneath the waters near Lumidos Harbor.
There are only so many options to hide a person's time of death, after all. As long as the Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's remains. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him, or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm...
Elodie Lefebvre! As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
Severus, Lenny, you're here too!
That's right. We received a message from Lumidos Harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical moment.
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting. Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your shifts. And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities. But as far as evidence goes, that should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Boom, bitch. Caught.
Don't worry.
We're just those
If it
bitches.
turns out that
We're the
guards are still
baddies of
unable
the
to find
baddest,
any evidence
like,
after all
caliber.
this, Lynette and I will do everything in our power to clear your name.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
The Lefebvres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals. Who would have thought that they would have planted someone within the guards?
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to turn it to your advantage and use your job to save yourself during the purge.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefebvres during their fall, thus clearing yourself of suspicion. You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness, just like a lizard cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
Oof.
So,
Boom.
so you played me like a fool after all? Ugh!
Did she just kick his ass? Did we just witness a murder? Bernard is suddenly knocked out by a sudden strike.
What was that word you used? Ally? You think that someone as foolish as him is worthy to call himself my ally?
Ooh.
They're worthless scum. All of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre, but those Lefebvres too. They always just saw me as a tool.
Okay, we're going into insane person mode, where the person is like losing hold on their sanity a little too much and is letting the little, you know, the trauma and the stupid in them show.
I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only that, but because they wanted me to become an undercover agent, they stripped me of my name, too. I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name. Always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door. Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefebvre?
No, we don't. However, Your trauma and what you've been through is no excuse to do these things. You are actively causing harm to people and communities, and what you've been through is not an excuse. I do not care what kind of trauma you have. I do not care what has happened in your life. You are hurting people. End of discussion. Elodie's expression seems a bit unnatural. Ooh! There's a hint of drama in the voice, suddenly agitated Elodie. Feels like her anger may be a part of some kind of bluff, like she did earlier, where she often bursts into outrage, like bursts of rage to hide her situation.
I don't, and neither do I care.
No one asked about your past. You can save the speech for the trial.
Are you for real? Aren't you a Love Bear victim too?
Don't use that against her. Don't you fucking dare. Elodie, you little bitch. Don't you fucking use Lynette's trauma and what she's been through against her. Rude. Also, Lynette, way to slay. I did not ask. Neither do I care. Baddie.
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
Ooh, slay, Lynette. Lynette really said, I'm recovered. Have you?
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
What a joke. What a joke! Hey!
Don't come any closer. Bitch has a bomb.
Don't come any closer.
What's that?
This device seems a bit odd. Yeah, it seems shoddily made. It's a small device that Elodie took out appears to be very crude, as if it's made from paper mache. Yeah, it looks like it's made of cardboard and some tape.
Know what this is? I've secretly planted loads of explosives in the Humane Society. Just one step closer, and whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky human employees, they'll all be blown up into smithereens. Surely, you bunch of goody two-shoes won't let that happen, right?
Trying to convince Elodie to surrender helps Everest intimidate Lynette, but launches a sneak attack on Elodie while she's distracted, assist Lynette in deceiving Elodie. Ooh, this is interesting. Persuasion, I have nothing to persuade her. Intimidation, she won't get scared, assist Lynette into deceiving Elodie. I'm gonna launch a sneak attack. I want to sneak attack this bitch. Lynette's cooperation, stealth +6. Yup, Lynette's cooperation. Lynette is with me. Lynette's my daddy. Lynette slays with me, okay? I'd like to make that abundantly clear. Lynette and I are besties, okay? She's a stealthy bitch. She's a stealthy bitch. She stealths and sneak attacks all the time. This feels right. Boom, bitch. 24. Fuck with that. Without waiting for Elodie to finish her threats, you and Lynette strike as one.
What? Hey!
Yup.
Don't do anything stupid! Guards! Gardamex!
Before Elodie can finish giving her command, she is subdued by you and Lynette for whatever. It wouldn't let me read it. Bonnie!
Phew.
I love Bonnie.
So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself.
Straight up, say it. Go to the root. It's a bit easier than just dealing with the problem. You can just deal with the root of the problem. And then bitch is gone. And what about the device she has?
This is it. Looks like it's just a toy.
So she really was bluffing, as I thought.
That's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the society.
She also pretended like she had villainous breakdowns. Like she had a villainous breakdown. As if she had no choice but to kill to escape her
Well,
life.
given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I had my doubts that she'd have gone to the society in person to plant explosives.
Yeah,
Thank you for your
real
help,
weird.
everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning and find someone better to take over the Humane Society. I might need a few statements from everybody. Would you be able to come with me?
Of course.
If statements are all you need, can Lynette provide them on my behalf?
Fair Queen, you've been through a lot recently. This must have been draining for you. Rough situation. Rest.
I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had an appointment with the Traveler before we got interrupted.
I think I already forgot. You mean when you said I could stop by your place?
Ah, so you do remember. Yes, I invited you to come over to our place.
Yes, I love the little thumbs up thing. I have to save that. It's so cute.
Once I'm done talking with the troupe, I'll make a nice cup of tea and bring Bonnie to wait for you outside of my door.
Okay. I love that Bonnie's officially one of our friends now. I love Bonnie. Recharge with Lynette. Hi, friends.
You can leave the rest of this to me. The other guards will be joining me shortly. Don't worry, they won't have another chance to escape.
There are still a few things I'm curious about.
The materials have many other regular uses outside of being used to make imitation synth, so they're not immediately subject to being confiscated or destroyed. The harbor would usually just seize them for some time while the customs paperwork is filled out and approved. If approved, they'd be let through, and if not, they'd be returned to sender. Elodie probably used her position to replace a portion of the shipment with something else, before sending the whole shipment back to sender. Given that the foreign merchants who sent in the shipments were probably working with her in the first place, they likely just never reported the difference in what they sent and what they received. We will, of course, continue to investigate the rest of the details of this case. Now that we've caught Elodie, figuring out the whole scheme should just be a matter of time.
Amazing. What a sleigh. Hi, Lenny.
Lynette must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today. I can't remember the last time I've seen her like that. Could it be because of a special someone?
Thank you. I know I'm amazing. Lenny's so flirty. I love him. We love a flirty king. There are still a few things I'm curious about.
Based on information that we found before, imitation synth was first circulated on a small scale in Fontaine before becoming a large-scale smuggling scheme. I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation synth came from what Pierre made in his early days. But since he was not experienced with running a clandestine operation, he was soon discovered by guard Elodie. Elodie saw the opportunity to make a great profit in his work, and perhaps even the chance of making a new life for herself, so she decided to cover his tracks. She started writing to him in Bernard's name, using what evidence she had compiled and the promise of enormous profits to blackmail him into cooperating with her.
Ooh.
Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus too much on a regular day, serious mode Lynette is one of the most perceptive people I've ever known. Still, all of that thinking really saps her energy. I need to go give some statements on her behalf, so I'll leave the recharging to you. Lynette must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in... Based on... I'd assume that the...
Okay, they're the same
She
thing.
started writing... Unfortunate... Still...
I still feel the need to ask Chevers about it because that would just feel wrong. I meant to do Chevers first and first to go with order, which would have felt more right, so it already feels wrong. Making it feel more wrong would make me literally cry.
The harbor would usually... Given that the fort... We will, of course...
Okay, recharge with Lynette. Girl, it's already 3:30. It don't even feel like that much time has passed. Oh my goodness, 2 hours? It has not felt like 2 hours. I've been having such a fun time. I miss this. I miss this so much. What was the... Was that dig or was that save? That was save. Recharging with Bonnie. Woo!
Black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby mode. Want some?
A cup of tea, please. A cute kitty, please. I'll take a cute kitty. I love Bonnie.
I see she's already starting to snuggle up to you.
About Elodie's case, are you not interested in any follow-up developments from it?
Not at all. Information is indeed very important, but if you were to try to collect every piece of information you come across, your efficiency would actually decrease.
That's weird to me, but
Plus,
sure.
if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying a tea party?
The tea party.
Great answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now, I'm running low on both time and energy.
The key isn't how long you spend in standby mode. With quality time, you should be able to recharge more quickly.
You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment.
I still have a question though. When did you start to suspect Elodie? From the beginning?
Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her.
Close to Bernard.
Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base. Or perhaps Bonnie just instinctively knew that she wasn't a good person.
I love that Lynette and I are on the same wavelength. I was also, like, very suspicious of both of them, too. And I immediately clocked Bonnie trying to kind of run away from her when she, like, hid behind us.
Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But if cats like you, you're probably alright.
Fair enough.
Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts, and they're pretty sharp. I mean, just look at Bonnie.
I love
She took
Bonnie.
a liking to you the moment you met.
Aw, thank you. I know I'm amazing. Hi, Bonnie. Hi, my bonbon. This is so cute. Adventurers, investigators, and cats. Your story has come to an end for now. Save. Review invitation. Chance meeting a decision. Ooh, there were options. There were options upon options. Let's go to the end, shall we? I love this. This little tea party moment with the queen. Love to see it. I feel like we should get the little stragglers. It can be broken. The situation seems to have changed. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna snatch up that achievement real quick. But yeah, I'm with you. Have a peaceful tea party with Lynette. Yeah, typically there's one for getting all the endings, and there's one for getting a specific ending. And usually the specific ending one is the one that's the canon ending. So that tea party thing with the investigation is the canon ending. The rest of the endings are just cute possibilities that are a little quirky. So we got the true ending, which is pretty slay. Pretty happy about it. Okay, look at that. We're slaying. Interrogate Bernard. Where's Bernard? Bernard's right there. We just need to choose some different choices. I don't know what in the fuck those different choices are gonna be. But I'm gonna try to get as much as possible out of this. I'm looking right still.
It was that obvious, huh? We investigated so quickly. Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider? Bernard claims to have received
letter's purpose.
If Bonnie had imitation synth and thinking about it, could it be that the well, we've just
How in the world would he get the ingredients?
yeah, according to Bernard,
What about
the
what we found?
Marechaussee Phantom found
Okay, we know this.
Why would he leave such an odd... The final question.
Okay, I'm trying to skip through the rough parts of it. Boom. Look at that.
Deductive mode deactivated. I think we may be close to the actual answer.
I'm so excited to see how this changes things coming up.
Perhaps we are now closing in on the truth.
Okay.
Now behave, and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow, that hurt. Ow!
Contemplating they're about to leave. Is it really okay to let him go? Oh, okay. So. Oh shit. Still 21. Nice. Let her get away. Hold it right there.
Is there something else you...
Huh?
I see.
Hey, what are you talking...
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. That never quite added up for me. Why did both of these things are... He probably received the following instructions right unbeknownst to him. However, the third person who wrote that letter to him...
What? You can't...
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's...
What?
Yep, which is why, once they had instructed Pierre to... Of course, Pierre's disappearance. All the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard...
Wait. So you're saying that the letter...
Is the...
Chevra said that they suggested that, but if the disappearance is...
Huh?
Haven't you taken this?
You deliberately fed us, getting the Mars shows, and you couldn't predict what they might... As someone accustomed to acting from behind, once the Phantom... It wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure... It was probably during your... Still, you soon found another... Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation... Bonnie had managed to escape. He manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect. You used the leftover...
Ugh, okay, I think we did the wrong
far
thing.
more than that. Just now at Lumiduce Harbor, were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the society?
Oh,
You even highlighted the society.
Yeah, I think we did it wrong.
and what are you trying to suggest with... They were worthless. I lost all I had to live in. Do you know...
I don't, and neither do I care.
No one asked about your past.
Are you...
Elodie, you're the only...
That's enough. Keep your hands where I...
What a joke. What a joke! Hey!
Oh, what's that?
Know what this is? Whether they're cat... Surely, you but...
Okay. Intimidate, deceiving. I want to try and persuade. Oh shit. Fuck.
That's enough!
Not good. She's trying to escape. We need to end this fight as soon as possible. Look alive! Drop your weapons! Illusion shattered! Witness my wrath.
Oh, okay. Maybe we did do the right thing. I was appalled. Okay, we tried to get her to stop and she was like, no. Cut them bitches.
Busted so quickly, huh? Good thing I've already bought enough time to escape. Ah!
As Elodie begins to believe that she may have finally made it, she's knocked out by a hard blow from something.
Phew.
Bonnie?
So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself. This is it. Looks like it's just a toy.
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked.
Well, given that she
Thank you for your help, everyone.
if statements are all... I still need to go back and... A lot has happened since then. Once I'm done talking with the troop, I'll take...
Okay. I'm sad. I was like, oh my goodness, maybe we are doing the right thing. There's conflict, and then nope. Yep. Let's just go straight to this. Unaware of
Now
anything.
behave and follow me.
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
Oh. Oopsie.
Is everything
Humane Society.
really over? I
I
still
don't know.
feel like the relationship between Pierre and Bernard is not as simple as it appears.
I mean, I agree,
Also,
but we have to deal
I've
with
had
this.
this strange sense that something's off the entire time we've
Me
been on the
too.
case. And it has only gotten worse.
Me too. I also had that strange sense, and especially now because I know the end, but we have to do this the weird way. I'm sorry.
No good. I've still got nothing, and I'm nearly out of energy.
Don't force
All
yourself.
right. I'll stop thinking about it for now. At the very least, we've made it so that no more animals will suffer like those poor animals did. And that's what I hope. Let's go to the Humane Society and see if there are any animals left that might still need our help.
Okay.
Before my energy for today completely runs out.
Got it. The truth remains submerged in the dark undercurrents, yet hope already lies beyond the cage. I like that ending as well. Sure, we don't know the truth, but we already have hope. And eventually, it's only a matter of time before this is figured
Let
out.
them do as they please.
Been wonderful. Okay, yeah, I want to do the least suspecty things. Thank you. But since we have 2 out of 5 endings, we only need 3 more. Which means one of those 3 is somewhere in these 2. Means decision time. We'll do the most crazy decision first, and we'll figure it out. The most crazy decision will, in fact, be going back to the party, which I don't want to do, which probably is the one with 2 endings, because it's the one we haven't explored at all. Not even a little bit. I feel bad for saying I forgot, but I just wanted to test out to see how different we can get. I just want to make Lynette happy, but like to find different endings, I have to make her upset, and it makes me sad. When Lynette attempts to draw a card and invites amidst a
Didn't
grinding
like
sound.
that. Was I used? Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. Let's see. Which card?
I want the next thing. Okay. Back to the drinks reception.
Back to the drinks reception.
I mean, clearly you don't want to go. You could just...
Nope. I said it was your decision. I'm not gonna waste any more energy dragging my feet. Besides, the drinks reception is technically part of the job as an official publicity event. So, if I bail on it,
You'll feel really
I might
guilty
get sued
inside.
for breach of contract, and that would be a huge pain in the butt. One other thing. Do you want to come with me? If you're free, I mean.
Sure, then you'll have at least one friend there. Hopefully that will make it more bearable.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Of course. I love her. Enter Hotel de Bord. Wondrous. That plot will just never be solved. Imagine there was only one canon ending. That fucking weird shit. That's job. Energy rich element particles and orbs. Collect them to restore energy for your continuing parties. Dealing elemental damage in general? Really? Okay.
There you are, Lynette! Where did you disappear to? Leone and I have been looking everywhere for you. Wait, where did you get the cat?
I found her outside. Do either of you happen to recognize her?
I don't think so. Could belong to one of the guests, I suppose.
Are they like little twins?
Fair enough. That was a long shot.
Exactly.
So sorry we couldn't
It's okay
help
though.
you, Lynette.
It's fine. It was worth a shot.
Don't worry. We'll ask around for you. Leone's probably just being forgetful.
Rude.
Maybe you could leave her with us. We'll take her to the reception desk and see if they know anything. And if not, we'll just keep looking.
Sure. I would help, but I'm a little preoccupied. Sorry to dump this on you.
It's no trouble at all. We're happy to help however we can.
Also, if it's no trouble, I mean, could we maybe get an autograph? And maybe a photo too?
Oh.
Leone, you can't spring that on her now. Not while she's working. At least wait until the event's finished.
Yeah, like, at least have some, like, decency to, like, wait until she's free. Like, geez, she really was like...
One last thing, Lynette. Director Mary is looking for you. We'll take the cat to the front desk now. See you later.
You're so popular.
I'm not usually required at these kinds of events, so I don't even have an event mode. Alright, guess I better go see the director.
Spectacular choreography, a masterpiece of mise-en-scène, and the performance, oh my, groundbreaking, dripping with je ne sais quoi. My congratulations on another magnificent show, sir.
Yes, I for one was particularly captivated by the clearly allegorical narrative undertones. The Lost Puppet shines a spotlight on the impact of technological advances in our modern society, particularly as they relate to changing modes of emotional expression and the challenge of mutual intelligibility.
These rich people being, like, unusually, like these, like, professional rich-ass critics piss me off. It's like, bitch, I don't think you have a valuable point to make, but keep going, I guess. Go off.
Such a pioneering work, so far ahead of its time. A tour de force of avant-garde theater.
I can already see the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. They will certainly be singing your praise, Director Mariyu.
But it was a group effort, of course. To convey emotions in a silent show with no facial expressions, the entire cast had to go above and beyond. Everyone truly outdid themselves.
Speaking of the cast, Jillian, another strong performance from you in Director Mariyu's latest show, as of course we've all come to expect from your numerous successful collaborations to date.
That's quite an overstatement. I've only ever played supporting roles.
On that point, you stated a few months ago in an interview that you were looking to secure a leading role in your next show. What led you to the decision to stay in a supporting role this time around?
We had a discussion about this, and while Lynette hadn't previously performed in an acting role, we were blown away by her talent, and she was a perfect fit for this character.
Were they, like, paid to, like, accept her?
This was the role she was born to play.
Exactly. I was honored to share the stage with her. Lynette worked extremely hard in all of the rehearsals, and she's an incredibly talented actress.
Oh, Lynette's back!
Hey, Lynette, where have you been?
Were you in standby mode? Some reports say you switched that state to recharge after a show.
Ah, method acting, of course. Such a compelling portrayal of a mechanical puppet could only be achieved by an actor who lives and breathes their role even while off stage.
I love them being like, method acting. It's like, girl, no, she's just Lynette. Like, she's just a little... She has her
Those
moment.
seemingly
Like,
stilted
stop being so
movements
weird.
were in fact an inspired portrayal of the character. The ostensibly bad acting, in reality, was the product of supreme acting skill.
The ostensible bad acting. Rude. Rude.
Oh, I went outside and there was this cat there, so I played with the cat for a bit.
A cat? We've long heard that you are a kind soul, as well as an incredible actress. No wonder your debut performance has garnered such popularity.
I love her. She's like,
This show looks on track to break box office records for avant-garde theater. Lynette, any words for the fans?
Not really, no.
Ugh. She's such a, like, socially awkward person, and I feel bad for him.
I believe Lynette is trying to say that the act of performance itself is the actor's true means of connecting with their fans.
I hate these people. I hope she gets mad and snaps at them. Don't try and, like, tell her what she's trying to say.
Oh, I see. Lynette, any comments?
She doesn't have a lot of words.
Right, exactly.
But don't you want the fans to know how you're feeling right now? After the hugely successful opening of your first ever show?
That's true.
I'm sure the fans would love to learn a bit more about you, too.
How interesting.
Insight. Observe Lynette to see how she's doing. Yeah. What feels right? Here. I can't explain it. Oh, wonderful. I thought it was 11 for a second, I was concerned, but no. Lynette's voice was so deadpan during the interview. She sounded like an auto-reply bot. Hold on, Lynette has only just finished performing.
Oh,
she needs to recharge.
Really? I'm so sorry. How rude of me.
Okay, that's great! She just needs to learn to stand up for herself is all. She's a people pleaser, but has very little emotional energy, so she needs to, like, take a break, but she has a hard time, like, standing up for herself and, like, making room for that break. So we just had to do that. They're happy to listen.
Wait, you're the traveler who's been in the news. Did you come to see the show?
Wow!
No.
Are you a fan of Lynette too? Do you have any comments on her first performance?
No, she's my friend. You and Lynette struggle to keep up as you're both inundated with questions. Are you alright?
Yeah, it's just... Turns out, even with you here to share the load, I can't cope with this stuff, even in tea party mode.
Tea party mode?
It's a power-saving mode for participating in conversation at tea parties. Normally, I can get through an entire conversation just with, Oh, that's true. And how interesting.
I love Lynette. She is so real. This stuff gets so overwhelming and exhausting that you just want to break down and cry in a corner and just run away from it without saying a word.
But at a tea party, I'm not normally subjected to a constant stream of questions. The energy consumption of that interview just now was 3 times as much as the average tea party.
It's a big adjustment. Give it some time.
I think I'd rather pray that I never have to do it again.
Yeah, I'm with you there, babes.
Lynette,
it's weird.
Director Mariu would like you to join the group photo to commemorate the successful opening of the show.
A group photo?
It's just the members of the troupe, along with Maloney and Corentin. Everyone's waiting for you.
Alright then. See you in a minute.
See ya. Bash? I don't know who you are, sweetie, and I'm sure you're amazing, but I'm in the middle of something right now. I'm sorry.
3, 2, 1, smile.
Woo!
My thanks to each and every one of you here for your help in making The Lost Puppet a success. The group photo is already being printed as I speak.
Wonderful.
You can collect your copy from the first floor after the drinks reception concludes. May it serve as a reminder of this fabulous performance every time you see it.
Mariu! Get over here. Let's have another drink. There's a few things I need you to glance over for me.
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle. Well, at least there's no more people hounding me with questions. I just need to find somewhere to switch to standby mode, and the time will fly by.
It's so real. I'm sorry, but like she's so real for this. I feel like, oh my goodness, anytime I'm at an event, I just have to fucking shut off and disappear for everyone. And I feel like people think I'm being rude, and I'm not. I'm just overwhelmed and upset and tired and sad, and I just need a second. Like, jeez. I just feel like people think I'm being mean, and it's like, no, I just can't right now. You know? I just need a second. I just have to take a second. I still want to know what's happening. I just want to, like, have some me time. Not have to think about anything. Go to the second floor to pass the time. Do I want to talk to any of these people? You seem intriguing. You cannot be talked to. You seem intriguing. You cannot be talked to. You seem intriguing. You cannot be talked to. We move on. Farina! Hi. Was she the director?
Hotel de Bour's Ile Flottante is as wonderfully sweet as ever.
Farina, you managed to get an invite to the drinks reception too?
Traveler? Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. What do you mean, managed to get an invite? I'm an expert in the dramatic arts. Of course I was invited.
Straight up, slay.
Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the emerging art form that is the Masked Mime show.
So then, what did you think?
Remarkable, and a very worthwhile artistic endeavor. Exploring a character with no lines or facial expressions who can only communicate how they feel through their movement. Your performance was beyond anything I could have imagined, Lynette. Clearly, this was a very suitable role for you indeed.
Perception check success. You seem to hear a sound. You hear some small noise coming from the back corner.
Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Please go on. Oh, basically, I think I'd give it a positive review overall. Just not as gushing as the crowd downstairs. So, you thought they were pretty over the top too? In fairness, it's normal to bring along some vocal supporters for publicity when a new show opens. But still, this was something else.
Yeah, I agree. It was a lot.
I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just not well acquainted with their review criteria. Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some preconceived expectations. I did happen to see the original draft of Mariu's script a while back.
Oh,
what
really?
Original draft? Oh? He didn't show it to you? It must have been a few months ago. He came to me to get some advice from an experienced performer's perspective, and then asked if I could write a few reviews of his new play. I had a lot on my plate at the time, so I had to turn him down. I only skimmed a few sections, but they seemed quite different from the final version. I can't say I remember the plot, but I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess, especially in the last two scenes. Still a mechanical puppet on the outside, of course, but she seemed to have more emotional depth on the inside. Emotional depth? Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it to heart. Besides, a script and a play are two very different beasts. There are so many fine details to consider when turning a story into a stage production. More than most people could imagine.
Right, of course.
Especially with a novel art form like a Masked Mime show. I'm sure Mariu had his reasons for the changes he made.
Yeah, of course. I feel like this is gonna immediately go to Lynette's head. It would go to my head immediately, too. And be like, wait, was that my fault? Did I do something wrong? Was the original version actually what it was supposed to be and I was just bad? Like, that's what I would immediately go to, and I feel like that's where she's gonna go to. Oh, sweetie, are you okay, honey?
Change of topic. I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the second floor. Fame can be overwhelming at first, can't it? Perhaps you'd benefit from hearing about the experiences of a veteran celebrity such as myself. No thanks, I'm good. Pretty sure this will be my first and last time in this situation. Hey, at least let me finish. I have top tips on dealing with belligerent reporters, slipping away to hunt down snacks during the intermission. Tell me everything.
I love her. Farina's so real. Farina's like, I know what I'm doing. I have my little tricks to get what I want when I want it without causing any problems. And then that's like, please tell me.
First, take a seat, mon ami. We must partake of Hotel de Bour's fine desserts as we talk, lest they go to waste.
The three of you enjoy some delectable treats as the reception comes to a close. Farina
That was very
excusing himself
educational.
for something. Isn't the word I'd use. They didn't mention acting once in the whole
I
conversation.
expect most of the people downstairs have left by now. Time to grab my copy of the group photo and get home.
Right. I have a question. We heard a sound over here. I don't know where it was, but we heard a sound coming from the little corner. And it pointed to that little area. So I'm a little concerned.
The photo must be in this envelope right here. It's finally over. Thank you for sticking around for so long.
Of course, Lynette. Always.
If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have standby moded my way through the last few hours.
Fair. Any normal person would find an event like this stressful, but enough to warrant Lynette leaving halfway through. They left the event midway. Was that the real reason? I'm sorry. That upsets me. As someone that has gotten super overwhelmed and stressful with this thing, and needing to leave halfway through an event, which has happened to me multiple times before, it is a real thing that real people and normal people go through. Don't be a rude-ass bitch. Thank you. I mean, if you really don't want to talk about it...
It's fine. It's just... It was such a minor thing. While I was on stage, there was a moment when I felt like someone was looking at me. It was only for an instant, and I didn't even see who it was. But somehow, I knew it was a look of contempt. I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Like someone was giving me an evil stare. But I couldn't figure out who it was.
Yeah, I have no clue. Like, you recall something regarding Lynette. Few people would manage to hide their feelings from Lynette at close range. Whoever it was, they must be a good actor. I need to recall a few things about Lynette. The things recalling about Lynette is that she's really perceptive. But something that does bother me is that we heard the noise earlier.
Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange, feeling like I was the one being spied on this time.
Could it have had something to do with the original script Farina mentioned?
Someone just took a disliking to me for no real reason. Sometimes you can like one person and dislike another for equally pointless reasons. Anyway, it was just a momentary stink eye, that's all. Nothing for you to worry about.
Okay, well, if you're not worried, I'm not worried.
Okay, problem solved. I'm gonna take this envelope and go home now.
Okay. You heartless puppet. Oh. Shit. Puppet, you've ruined this work. Hand over the role of the lead actress immediately. What? It's a threat letter?
You have destroyed this work of art. Step down from the leading role at once. Based on the tone, I'd say threat letter is right.
Yeah. That's crazy. I'd give this to the main bitch immediately. I'd be like, hey, what the far more serious than a momentary stink eye. We need to get to the bottom of it. Examine the letters, see if there was anything amiss. Think back to what was happening on the first floor while we were taking some time out. There were a lot of people downstairs at the time. Any one of them could have slipped the letter into the envelope. All the envelopes were left on the table on the first floor, but nobody was tasked with watching them. I could ask reception, but it's unlikely that they saw anything. Examine the letter to see if there's anything amiss. The unsealed envelope contained the group photo, the threat letter, and some photographs of Lynette from during the show. This was definitely meant for her. The letter demands that Lynette step down from the leading role, but stops short of saying what will happen if she doesn't. Neither of us recognize the handwriting. It's messy, perhaps to cover their tracks. Or maybe this person just has messy handwriting.
I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here.
Shall we ask Mariu what he makes of you have destroyed this work of art?
Yes, let's. Whatever destroyed means, it could have something to do with the original script that Farina mentioned. Also, I'm gonna have to ask you to stick around a while longer.
Okay. I'll be happy to. I want to make sure you're safe. I'm a little scared about this.
Acting role thing worked out. Even the avant-garde box office is lapping it up.
What?
How could I ever have doubted you? If you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept sending those invitations, this opportunity would have passed us by.
Are you fucking being rude to Lynette?
See? I told you. All the times she'd refused in the past were all the more reason to keep inviting her, because it turns into a big talking point. Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian? You'd have been lucky to get half the ticket sales you've ended up with.
True. Well, Jillian still needs to get a few more productions under her belt.
Yeah.
Do you have a moment, Director Mario?
Oh!
Ah, if it isn't the star of the show! We were just talking about you. Hmm? Oh, and is that the legendary traveler with you?
Hi. I don't like the way you're talking. You're trying to hide something.
I'm guessing you're here to discuss the show with the director? Oh, you're a talented and hardworking actress, Lynette. It's no wonder you're getting such rave reviews. I'll leave you artists to discuss your work in peace. Mariu, make sure you give your star performer and her friend your full attention.
I certainly will. Lynette carries the fortunes of our entire troupe on her shoulders.
Who was that?
Mr. Maloney. An investor or something, I think. I've never asked him.
Fair. I wouldn't either. He seems creepy.
So, what can I do for the two of you? I'm afraid I'll have to dash soon as I'm meeting some friends from the newspaper. Otherwise, I'd love to stay longer.
We won't take up too much of your time.
We heard that the original script for The Lost Puppet was quite different from the final show. I'm kind of curious to know what the protagonist was like in that version.
Oh, well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be interested in that sort of thing.
Well, she is.
It's not uncommon for scripts to undergo major changes as they're being brought to the stage. But I'm afraid there's not much to tell you in this case. The protagonist has stayed the same from beginning to end.
We know that's not true. Farina told us.
A mechanical puppet with a bumbling body but a sensitive soul. A stranger in time who doesn't belong. There's no doubt about it. You are the protagonist, and the protagonist is you. The success of one is the success of the other, and that's what made this show an artistic triumph.
The way you're talking around the issue and not directly addressing it and showering in compliments is a super common strategy, and I fucking clock it, bitch.
Sorry, you've lost me. Can you put it in plain words?
All right then. Delving deep in the search of core truths is the job of an artist, after all. You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts of the script, Lynette. All it would do is sow confusion where you already have clarity.
Are you sure you're not saying that just to dissuade her from who she is and what she's doing?
The current script is the final version because it is the best version, and your performance best brings that script to life. Why, if it weren't for you, I doubt any audience would give our show the time of day.
Really? If everyone is happy with Lynette's performance, and how do you explain this letter? I also don't like the way you're talking. It's very commonly manipulative, and I can clock this shit. Don't fuck with me.
What letter? Oh my goodness!
Hi. You heartless puppet, you feel inspired, can over the actually immediately. Insight check. Mariu appears surprised. But the surprise seems genuine. Yeah, so he seems genuinely surprised. He did not think this would happen.
Destroyed this work of art? Really?
Well, Director Mariu, any idea who might have written it?
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense?
We found it in the envelope containing the group photo. Could it be someone involved in the production?
Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work would go to waste. No, there's no way that this is someone from the troupe.
Well, is there any way Lynette could lie low until this blows over?
maybe Jillian could fill in for me for a while.
What? No way out of the question. The protagonist has to be played by Lynette. Jillian Kent... She's just not what the audience is looking for. Ah, I've got it. It's a competitor. Yes, this letter must be from a competitor of ours who's trying to get under Lynette's skin. You can't lie low. That's just what they want you to do. The moment you step back from performing, they'll put their rumor mill into overdrive and drag us through the mud. They're just waiting for their chance to kick us while we're down.
That's actually a very valid point.
A competitor? Really?
I wouldn't be surprised, though personally I do think it's someone from the troupe. A competitor is also very likely.
Definitely. Those lowlifes. Slander and libel are all their specialties. They drown out the truth with a flood of misinformation, and they stop at nothing once they get riled up.
You sound very familiar with their methods. Do you have a particular suspect in mind?
There's so many of them out there. Fame always seems to attract haters, no matter what you do to try and keep everyone happy. But don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
Stay strong, Lynette, and keep up the good work on stage. I have to go and meet my friends from the newspapers now, but rest assured, I'll be discussing countermeasures with them.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you.
So, a competitor, huh?
Do you think that's it?
I kinda doubt it. We've dealt with those types before. Usually their goal is to steal our venue for their own show, or to cover up a scandal by planting a story to divert public attention.
Right.
But, at the moment, I don't think anyone's got a reason to do any of that stuff. Let alone pull a stunt like this. A threat letter is quite extreme. Besides, when I felt that evil stare, I'm pretty sure it was coming from somewhere backstage. So that rules out a lot of people.
Yeah, and there's a lot of references towards Jillian, so I feel like it might be Jillian, but that could also be a red herring. Who knows?
I'm actually more concerned about Maryu. When I mentioned Jillian, his reaction was pretty unusual.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like his situation with Jillian is very unusual in general. Honestly, from what we've seen so far.
Maloney mentioned that the initial plan was to cast Jillian as the lead.
Right.
Sounds like there was an original protagonist as well as an original script. I should probably go talk to her.
Do you know where she lives?
Yep. She told me she lives in the Fleuve Sandra.
Fleuve Sandra. Okay. Yeah, Jillian was like a major there's a lot of weird shit in here. I smell something. I don't like it. To the Fleuve Sandra. Wondrous. Oh my goodness, it's already 4, y'all. Crazy ass shit. Crazy ass shit. Jeez. We might have to end this just on Lynette's thing. I didn't realize it would be so complicated and fun. I'm here for it. But we'll have to probably do Arlecchino stuff tomorrow. That's okay. That's alright with me. Okay. To the area. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, girl. What's up, queen?
Lynette? What are you doing? You're not welcome here.
What?
I've been to the Fleuve Sandra plenty of times before. And this is the first I'm hearing about me not being welcome.
Things are different around here. You might be used to a crowd of bootlicking morons fawning over you wherever you go, but not down here. We know what you are.
What?
Bootlicking morons?
She's got a bone to pick with you, I guess.
I don't know. I've never met this kid before.
I think Jillian's being really nice, but these people might, at least specifically her, she might have done it.
Gina, stop that! Go home now!
Yeah, I have a sinking feeling that Gina planted that, because Gina was invited because she was Jillian's sister. And Jillian is actually not upset at all. I mean, it's surely disappointing, but Jillian still has a positive relationship with Lynette. Just Gina being a little bit.
Jillian! No buts. How many times do I have to tell you? That had nothing to do with Lynette.
Exactly. Jillian's a baddie. I love Jillian. Jillian's a slay. I think Gina planted that letter and was invited because she was Jillian's sister. And Jillian's just trying to be a slay.
If you don't leave right now, I swear I'll never invite you to one of my shows ever again.
Jillian, I... Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
Rude, Gina.
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
Yeah. That was Gina absolutely doing her Gina thing. Jillian's just a baddie that wants positive relationships with Lynette and is a slay. Gina's just being Gina.
It's okay. I have younger siblings too, so I get it. She's in her rebellious phase, huh?
But Gina could also be a red herring. Who knows?
If you let angsty kids get you riled up, they'll drain all your energy. So don't worry. I won't let it get to me.
Well, this situation's a little different in this case, but still, thank you. So, what brings you to the Flu of Sandra?
We came to see you. Can we talk about the original protagonist?
We heard about it from Maloney. He said you were originally supposed to play the lead.
Maloney, huh? Of course he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I'm sorry. I never mentioned it because Director Mariu was very clear that I mustn't let any of it affect you.
Circumstances have changed. Lynette received this letter.
What's this?
Yup. Insight check. Jillian appears surprised. Oh, on Jillian's face there's panic and doubt. Yeah, Jillian and him were genuinely surprised. The sender thinks that Lynette has destroyed the show. Could it have had anything to do with the original script and protagonist?
I don't know. Who would do something like this?
Don't be scared, Jillian. Just tell us what you know.
Okay, I'll try. It's true.
It's okay.
I was originally cast as the lead in The Lost Puppet. I've worked with director Mariu many times before, but only in minor roles. The audiences and critics never had much to say about me. Nothing terrible, but nothing amazing either. A few months ago, Mariu started working on a new show, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if I could take the leading role. He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part. We did a few rehearsals, everything seemed to be going okay, but then...
There's been a change of plan, Jillian. The leading role will now be played by Lynette.
Lynette? But she always turns these things down, doesn't she?
And that's why we cannot afford to waste this opportunity. Jillian, I understand how you must be feeling. But Maloney and myself have to do what's best for the production as a whole. Next time, the lead will be yours. I promise.
I was incredibly disappointed at first, but I also know full well that I don't have Lynette's star power. Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people to pay money to go and see a masked mime show?
I mean, honestly, fair point. I know I haven't been talking much because it's getting late and we've already done some of this, but I do have commentary. It's just not significant, so I save it up for a time where I can go on a little rant. But yeah, she has a point. Lynette kind of has like a sort of vibe about her. You know, she just, it's inherent slag. But I do quite like Jillian.
And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, how would I answer to the director and the rest of the cast? Then I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth, in a way that not many celebrities are. You were kind to everyone, and your performance wasn't bad. Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly wasn't about to take it out on you.
Aww, I love her.
By wasn't bad, you mean it wasn't great either. So, I'm guessing Mariu changed the script to simplify the protagonist, make her a dumbed-down version of the mechanical puppet that I could actually play.
He did make some changes to the script, yes.
How do we get our hands on the original draft? Who currently has it?
Jaik, one of the other actors. He likes to collect Dr. Mariu's old drafts because he hopes to be a director himself one day. He also lives nearby. I can arrange for you to meet him at the tavern.
Thank you, babe.
Makes sense.
I like you.
I always see him talking to Mariu. Alright, see you at the tavern then.
Okay. This is nice. This is nice. I like these vibes.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the situation. I'm here to help however I can. Here, this is the script you're after.
It's very rough. Looks like he was constantly editing
That's
it.
always the way with pen and paper drafts. Even the final script is full of last-minute changes by the director.
Right.
There should be a cleaner copy of the original script in here somewhere. Sorry, it's all a bit mixed up. I just grabbed the whole stack of paper since I was in a rush.
No problem. Now activating search mode. I'll go through one page at a time.
I love Lynette. Okay. Sit. Investigation notes. Amongst the notes, there are newspaper clippings amongst the notes. They're about shows of different styles. Those on the first page have turned yellow, which means they must be quite old. Which doesn't look familiar. Oh. It's fine. It's okay. In fact, they're one of the great scenes in there. I also want to talk to them.
I wonder what got into Director Mariu.
Maybe he's been quietly struggling with something.
Okay. Investigate official script. Official script for Last Puppet details how the dancing puppet protagonist is rejected by humanity and then begins searching for the meaning of life. Investigation. Be carefully. I'm gonna trust them and go this. Okay. Okay! This one's good. We did good. Search mode investigation plus 5. Wonderful. In Act 5, the protagonist loses the ability to dance due to wear and tear in her circuitry. There's a note saying some cursory movements to get the point across will suffice. The audience focus will be on the fancy set and the extras. Ugh. I hate that. Investigate the original script. Compare between the current version of The Last Puppet and the original script. Nice. We're good. Act 5 seems to be a solo performance by the protagonist, and the set is just some decrepit ruins. There's a note saying this will focus the audience's attention on the solo performer. Ugh. So he changed it so that it focused more on the extras than the solo performer. That is horrible. I'm sorry, Lynette. Rude. You could have done it. You really could have. Oh, wonderful. The reason it's so hard to read is that it's been edited with correction fluid multiple times. I'd estimate. Okay, fine. I can't explain it. I'm wrong. Lightning doesn't strike the same place twice, I suppose. See anything else noteworthy? I am mildly appalled because I wasn't even able to read the last one that I got right.
The protagonist returns to the ruins where she began and performs a dance in honor of her deceased companions. She dances until her joints have rusted stiff and mechanical parts are falling from her body. Yep. That's not something a novice could hope to pull off after just a few months of rehearsals.
wear and tear in circuitry. Base plot is the same. She loses the ability to dance due to wear and tear in her circuitry, but there's much more emotion behind the scene. The memory of her former companions, coming to peace with her life. The simple set in the solo performance means the lead actress has to carry the whole scene herself. It's a much more demanding role than in the final script.
Frankly, I think that the original script is much better, and the original lead is the best fit. Jillian, shall I go tell Mariu to put you back in the leading role?
Huh?
What? Are you serious? But the next show is at the Opera Epiclese. It's such a huge opportunity.
But not such a rare one for me, though, right?
That's different. This isn't you as part of a magic duo. It's a chance to star as the main character in a show. You'll reach whole new heights of fame.
Fame in small doses has its perks, but too much and I'll get overloaded. But if you play the lead, the fame will be yours, and I get to be free. Sounds like a win-win, don't you think?
It'll never work. There's no way Director Mariu or Maloney would ever agree to it. The set for Act 4 would need to change, as would all the marketing materials. And that would mean asking Maloney for a lot more Mora. Changing actors at the last minute is just too risky. If anything went wrong, it could bankrupt the whole troupe. Plus, Maloney's friends have already published a ton of articles saying how this is the role that Lynette was born to play. No one else can play the protagonist now. If Lynette quit the show and I took her place...
It would destroy the reputations of Maloney's friends, and none of their future articles would have any credibility. That's also a good point. I love Jillian, and I genuinely think she should play the lead actress, because as much as I love Lynette, she's not an actor. She has other talents. There are some strengths and some weaknesses, and acting is not her strength. I'm here. I'm with Lynette.
If Lynette left, they'd sooner stop the whole show than let me take her place.
Stop the whole show? But all the people in the troupe, months and months of everyone's hard work would all be for nothing.
No wonder Mariu will say anything to try and keep Lynette on board. Convincing him to replace the lead actress won't be easy. Yeah. Contemplation. Is there any other way? There better be! Changes to the official script, the original script's intent, the repeatedly altered manuscript. Shit! Yes! Woohoo! We did it! Judging from those documents, Mariu's true intention seems to be, I have an idea.
You do? What is it?
All we need to do is this. You explain your idea to the group. What's the idea? Sorry, that was aggressive. What's the idea? I want to know. Oh my goodness, this is going to be the ones where it falls out before us, so I'm so excited.
It's a little crazy, but it might actually work.
I love crazy.
No way. It's not worth taking such a huge risk just for a chance to be in the spotlight.
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment I had left, I wasn't about to take out on you. In other words, that disappointment is still there, but you've kept it bottled up inside. Be honest. You still hope to play the leading role, don't you?
But the thought of putting so many people out just for my sake?
You think they'd be put out? That's not how I see it.
Yeah, you deserve
Jillian,
good things.
You were more dedicated than anyone during the rehearsals for the original script. We all saw how hard you worked for this role.
Sorry. Yeah, like, you're allowed to fight for good things. You're allowed to think of yourself sometimes.
And I think you know that unless we decide to make a stand here, the path we're on is only going to take us further and further from our dreams, all of us. So take it from me, you would not be putting us out. Not one bit.
Whether the plan succeeds is up to you.
Guys, okay, let's do it. I will play my part.
Wonderful.
Yes! I knew you'd come around. All right, I'll let the rest of the troupe know, and we'll start preparing immediately.
Wonderful. This solves everything.
Wait, but what about the threat letter? Do you have any idea who sent it?
I have a few.
As long as we stick to the plan, I'll give up the lead role, so it won't matter anymore, right?
But surely you want to know who it's from. If they're out there and no one's keeping an eye on them, what if they come looking for you?
I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if I don't meet their demands. Plus, the handwriting is kinda childish. Doesn't look like a professional intimidator to me.
Quite sure it's Gina.
Who knows? Maybe it was just a fan of yours having a moment.
Quite sure it was Gina.
Fan? Of me?
Gina.
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent. Even in the supporting roles.
Gina. Yeah, I like how they're like, it's not hard, just go for it. Woo! Yeah, it's not hard at all. Gina. Jillian's sister mentioned that Farina spoke highly of Lynette, but then would... Oh.
It's getting late. We should be leaving.
Huh? So suddenly?
Come on.
Let's check. You seem to hear a sound. You notice a faint sound of sobbing in the corner as you're leaving the tower.
I'm such an idiot.
Hello, sweetie.
Sorry for manhandling you. You looked like you were seconds away from figuring out who sent the letter, so I had to act fast.
Was it Jillian's sister?
Nothing gets past you.
Yeah. I noticed from the very beginning when we first met her.
Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
That was her voice crying. Also, we heard rustling by when we were talking with Farina, so her knowing that just immediately reveals her.
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
Farina hadn't released her official review of The Lost Puppy yet, which means Gina disobeyed her sister and secretly came to watch her.
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception and overheard our conversation with Farina. She idolizes Jillian, both as an older sister and an actress. And she watched as the dream role Jillian had been waiting to play for so long got snatched away from her by some amateur who's never acted before. To make matters worse, all the critics were hailing this amateur as a perfect fit for the role, and even Fontaine's former biggest star was praising her abilities.
It was too much for her to take. She wrote that letter in a fit of anger.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
Aren't you gonna confront her about it?
Like I said, getting angry at angsty teenagers is draining. Besides, if it was my younger brother or sister and they found out I'd been treated unfairly or had an opportunity stolen from me, they'd definitely do something far worse.
I can imagine.
I was in Jillian's position once. Back when Linny and I were starting out, before we got famous, we just had to take things a day at a time. Doing our shows, slowly trying to build up our reputation. So I can understand Gina's frustration. Still, she could definitely use some pro tips on how to write a threat letter.
No wonder she's so hostile towards you. She must have been the one giving you that evil stare, right?
The way she looks at me is indignant, frustrated, but not malicious. Plus, she didn't even try to hide how she felt. Whoever was giving me that evil stare was backstage. Blending into the crowd at a drinks reception is one thing, but trying to blend in backstage, where everyone's on high alert waiting to be called on stage, would be a lot more difficult.
Fair point.
We'll find out who it is before too long. In 2 days' time, at the next show, I think it will become very clear.
Agreed. Love it. Lynette and I are just on the same wavelength.
On that note, guess I'll see you at the Opera House. Bye for now.
See ya. Until 2 days later, 16 to 18. Is my girl Jillian out here? Where my girl? Where my girl's at? My girl's gone. That's alright. 2 days later, 16 to 18. Tomorrow. Woo! I did it, y'all. Beautiful. That's going real slow, though. Can't move it up, speed it up a little bit. Come on. Woo, woo. Speed, 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 speed. Let's move. Let's move. Let's move, baby. Let's move. Let's move, bitches. Move. Let's move. Let's move. Let's bitches. Let's move. Come on. Let's go. Move it on. Where are we going? To the Opera Epic Place. Exciting. Teleport to Fountain of Lucine. It's probably just gonna teleport me to the teleporter, but I'm gonna try. My Fountain of Lucine being maxed out. Yeah, just teleports me to the teleporter. That's alright. If it works, it works. I hope the other members of the House of the Hearth went to see her show. I would feel bad if they didn't support her. I want the chicken. Your girl wants some chicken. She's a little hungry. No, it's so good. Oh, I love that. I'm super excited. This is gonna be so exciting. Dinner has its own properties. When Bloom and Quick are triggered, they can trigger another layer of reactions respectively.
You're here. Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with me.
Okay. Shortly after following Jackson to the opera house, the curtains open and happens. Act 1 in the rules. Ooh.
That puppet in the middle. Is that Lynette? She's so pretty.
It's starting. Keep your voice down.
The protagonist, a dancer who has been abandoned in some ruins. She suspects it's because of a health condition with her legs, which has affected her ability to dance. But then she finds the other abandoned puppets who look just like her. Only then does she realize her illness is just a mechanical breakdown, and she is just a dancing puppet.
Wow, I thought it would be hard to follow, but in the end it was actually very clear.
Even though her face was expressionless and she didn't speak the whole time, I felt like I could really understand how the protagonist was feeling.
Act 2, The Journey. Some mechanical puppets believe in a myth. At the end of the world, there is something of puppets who can turn puppets into human beings. And so the protagonist and her companion begin their quest. But the myth is a lie, spread by someone with nothing but contempt for puppet kind. At the end of their journey, they are kidnapped, dismantled, melted down, abused. The protagonist helped her companions escape, but in the process she became trapped under the rubble of a crumbling building. She closes her eyes and enters into a deep sleep.
Director Mariu really is a master of his craft. And so is the actress in the lead role.
I have a friend who saw the show on the opening day. They thought the critics overstated how good it was, but I gotta say, the protagonist is incredible.
Close to thunderous applause from the crowd.
I can't believe it's only been a few days since the last show. Lynette's improved so much. Just wow. I'm speechless. Words simply cannot do justice to the sheer excellence we witnessed from Lynette on stage today.
Your penchant for the hyperbolic strikes again, Almery. Clearly you weren't at a loss for words when you were writing your article. I saw you hand it to the journalist. Trying to get your critique into the papers the moment the show is over, are
you? Well, you know how it is. The early critics get all the readers. Wouldn't you agree, Mariu?
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? The first half was a huge success. Even I could tell the acting was top tier.
My apologies, Mr. Maloney. Please excuse me for a second. I need to have a little talk with my actors.
Oh, very well. Hey, while you're at it, this might be a good time to talk future collaborations with Lynette.
Sorry, they're having a conversation about something, maybe with Lynette and them.
Are you guys sure this is gonna work? What if Director Mariu pushes back? We're already halfway there. We can't back out now. All we need to do is stick to the plan.
What is this plan that you're so intent on hiding from me,
Director Mariu, I thought you were talking to Maloney and the critics.
Korantan and Armory have both finished their articles. I went to greet them as a mere formality, but you seem to have availed yourselves of my absence during the first half to defy me. What have you done? Was that really Lynette playing the lead role?
Well done, Director. You saw right through it.
Ta-da!
May, here's Lynette's voice behind her. Beside her is the protagonist, but without her costume and mask.
I was the one playing the lead role just now.
I switched costumes and masks with Jillian so that I could be the protagonist's companion and stay out of the limelight.
Lynette, why on earth would you do this?
You know my acting is amateur. The only reason I'm being seen as a pro, let alone a pioneer, is because you have critics supporting the show.
But right now there's a whole audience out there, and you have no hope of paying them all off.
If they'd seen me in the leading role during the first half, they wouldn't be expecting anything more. But what happens now that they've seen Jillian in the role? If you force me to play the lead in the second half, they'll be wondering, why is the actress suddenly giving such an underwhelming performance right at the climax of the whole story?
Is it because she's not a good enough actress to play the role? Were the critics wrong, or is this director not all he's cracked up to be?
These are just some of the questions that will be on everyone's minds during the second half. And those questions will follow them out the doors of the theater after the show ends.
Do you think the critics will still have any credibility then?
There's only one way for you to save your reputation. And that's to keep Jillian as the lead all the way to the end.
Absolutely not. I'd sooner announce that we're having technical difficulties and need to stop the show. If I keep Jillian as the lead for the second half, what do you think will happen in the curtain call when she takes her mask off? Everyone will see that we've changed actors. What will your fans think? They're only here because of you. And what about all the critics who support you? If we get on the wrong side of them, it'll be the death of the whole show. There'd be tickets to refund, fines to pay for breach of contract. The whole troupe's hard work would go down the drain. Don't you see how much this would cost us? You can't just take a job on a whim, then abandon your responsibility the moment you don't feel like doing it anymore. You're playing games with other people's hopes and dreams.
No, she's not. She's doing what she wants to do because she wants to do it, and she's helping other people. You're just being a jealous, selfish bitch that doesn't care about anyone but yourself.
Director, marry you, please. You're not being fair to Lynette.
Actually, Jillian, he's half right. I did kind of take this on a whim. But my responsibility here is making sure you get back the role that belongs to you.
And I guess part of that responsibility lies with me, considering I badgered you into accepting the job.
Look who finally decided to show up. Did you bring all the props?
Sorry I'm a little late to the show. Work's been keeping me pretty busy lately.
Lenny? What do you want? Do you think you can snap your fingers and make all my problems magically disappear?
That might be a little tricky, but instead, I could make something else magically appear.
Ugh, I love him. I don't know what that is.
What's this?
What a great question. I have no clue.
A draft complaint letter, my contract, your legal fees, reimbursement for the tickets, and an advance on the penalty fee for breach of contract. Mr. Mariu, I'm stepping down from the leading role, regardless of whether you choose to cancel the rest of today's show.
If you do suffer unforeseen financial losses from this, you're free to seek damages as per the contract. And if you want to file a lawsuit, there's a draft here that you can use if you need it.
I can't believe this. You're literally handing me a lawsuit against you with a straight face. Of course. All this Mora, it's a pittance to you, isn't it? Must be nice to have the luxury of prior success and fame. Look at us. We're huge stars. One minute we want to go on stage. The next we feel like backing out of the contract. But that's okay. We're famous. We can afford it. You have no respect for other people's work. You're treating other people's hopes and dreams like a big joke.
No,
you don't give a hoot
she's
how
not.
much this show means to other people. You don't even care that the whole production might have to shut down because of you.
That's not it. She does care. That's why she's doing this. She wouldn't be doing this if she didn't care.
That's not true. I do care. And I'm under no illusion as to how much this show means to you.
Oh, brilliant deduction there. Of course it means a lot to me. This is my show. That's the only reason I asked you to be in it in the first place.
Really? Then why do your eyes tell a different story? The way you look at me, it's full of contempt. Almost as if I've destroyed your work of art.
Ugh, so it was Millie. He was the one looking at Lynette with contempt.
What? I would never think that.
A couple days ago, I asked some associates to do some digging for me. I was interested to know who else you invited to play the lead apart from Lynette. Surprise, surprise. Turns out that all the other famous actresses you asked either had prior commitments or weren't a good fit for the role. They all turned you down.
And I would have turned you down too, if not for an unlikely set of coincidences.
You didn't send those invitations because you were looking for a better actress than Jillian, but because your investor wanted a big name in your show, right?
Director Mariu.
It's clear as day that Jillian is an outstanding actress, but fame was the key factor, and that was the one thing she didn't have.
To get Maloney on your side, you chose to make Jillian the understudy, and then look for an opportunity for her to take the lead.
But then Lynette actually accepted your invitation, and her acting debut was sure to attract attention.
I bet you were torn at first, weren't you? Do you stick to the tried and tested formula? Choose Lynette, use her celebrity to get the critics on your side so that you and your investors can line your pockets?
Or do you choose Jillian, so that you and your longtime collaborator can stage the show of your dreams, the original, unedited version of The Lost Puppet?
Whether you did it because of pressure from your investor or because you were lured by by the money, ultimately you betrayed yourself by choosing Lynette.
Oh, I didn't betray myself.
You mentioned prior success and fame earlier, but you're a well-known director yourself, with countless works to your name. Wouldn't that make you successful too? Or maybe, deep down, none of your current achievements really count as success to you.
Right now, you have an opportunity to send Jillian onto that stage and perform the second half as you always imagined it, faithful to your original script. Your work would be displayed for all of Fontaine to see, in its true, perfect form.
Did you say perfect?
Will you keep pursuing a kind of success that you don't even value at the cost of your own artistic integrity?
Or will you act now before Maloney and the critics can protest and make your dream come true on the stage? And Jillian's dream. In fact, the dreams of the whole troupe.
The whole troupe?
Director Mariu? Actually, most of the money Lenny brought came from us. We all chipped in.
We've worked with you for many years now. Your troupe has been here for you all the way from the empty theaters where we first performed to the Opera House today.
We watched as you slowly started down a path you used to despise. The path of powerful connections, drinks receptions, backdoor deals with critics, and collaborations based on fame instead of talent.
But this is just a temporary measure. I did it for the good of the troupe. And besides, this is how the whole industry works. Everyone else is doing it.
Yes, we know. Back when you started, you had to bite the bullet and do these things to keep the troupe afloat. But then what happened? You began to embrace these methods more and more, becoming so reliant on them that every show you put out is overhyped by the media, and every script you write is edited to suit some celebrity's needs.
Surely you must have noticed what's happening. While we've been performing at bigger and bigger theaters with each show, the applause is getting quieter and quieter each night, and the criticism from people who've seen the show is growing.
Yeah, that's a real thing. That is such a real thing. To hire a celebrity instead of an actual actor for a big name. It happens a lot. It's really sad, and it makes me upset. So, honestly, this is an amazing commentary. on the topic they're trying to address that is so real and so accurate that I'm just gonna let it happen.
Maloney's friends are sycophants. They don't care if the audience is disappointed because the show doesn't live up to their glowing reviews. They praise the things they like and skirt around the things they don't.
Look, I know everyone's using the same promotional tactics, but does that really make it okay?
Well, it's just a stopgap solution. As soon as I've made enough Mora, I'll stop. Things will be different next time. I promise.
Next time, huh? Yeah. Next time, you won't use your connections. Next time, you won't pay off the critics. Next time, you'll let Julian play the lead.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. If you make some money once, you'll want to do it again, then again. Slowly but surely, you turn your back on your dreams.
I won't turn my back on my dreams any longer, Director Mariyu. Never again.
Me neither.
Persuasion, today's the day. It's time to live up to your dreams. Look at all that shit. We have so much shit going on right now. If we fail, y'all, it's on me. Actually, can we fail? Let's do a calculation. 5 is 10 plus 8 is 18. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can barely fail. We still win. 32.
I had dreams too.
Oh, my poor baby. We can do this. Let's go. Let's slay. Amidst the rubble. Yeah, man. An unknown period of time elapsed before a group of mechanical puppets finally cleared the rubble, freed the protagonist, and reactivated her. They told her, "You have been buried here for thousands of years. The mechanical puppets now rule the world." It turned out the puppets who had started the uprising were none other than the protagonist's companions, whom she had rescued all those years ago. The protagonist was now revered as a hero by all of puppet kind. The mechanical puppets asked the protagonist what she wishes for, but she only wishes for one thing.
Huh. The plot here seems a little different from what the reviews said.
The protagonist wanted to return to the stage, so the puppets replaced all her parts with the latest ones available, built her a grand opera house, and summoned a huge audience.
And in the end, she forgot herself amidst the applause and cheers of her fellow puppets.
Hey, no spoilers! Huh? Wait, hang on, that's not even what's happening. The set has changed back to the one from the first act.
Oh, Archons, please let this work out.
No need to be so nervous, Director Mariyu. We only told you Lynette would be quitting the show to get you to make a decision. We wanted you to believe that this show would have to end after today, no matter what you decide. I believe that if we choose our words carefully, there's no reason we can't get Maloney to come around and keep the show going.
Linny is putting his experience at fooling people to work. You two should definitely keep in touch.
Thought this plan through. But I'm not upset about what you've done. What's worrying me now isn't how Maloney will react or whether the show will get cancelled. It's the audience. I've always thought the original script is better, but will it move them like I've always hoped? When Jillian does her curtain call, will they applaud her? What if people only came to see the show for Lynette? And because of the reviews, what if they don't really care about the show at all? It feels like I've been hiding inside my safe little castle for too long. And now I'm scared to go outside the walls and hear what people really think.
I can relate to that on a personal
right here
level.
with you. We'll watch it to the end.
Yep. Act 4, amidst the ruins original script. The protagonist, the other puppets offer of new parts and a grand stage built in her honor. Her only wish is to see her companions again, but she is told that they gave her their lives for the revolution. Their bodies lie buried in the ruins where they first met. The protagonist returns to the ruins alone, to where her journey first began. She performs one last dance before the graves of her companions. Her circuitry burns out, her parts come loose and fall from her body, but she keeps dancing until her body completely shuts down. It has taken her thousands of years, but at last she has finally found a reason for dancing. Beautiful, wow. Beautiful shit.
Okay, this ending is much better.
I love how they brought back the set from Act 1 and gave it a whole new meaning. What a fantastic twist.
Time for the curtain call. It's the moment of truth. Will the claws continue after I take off the mask? I could always leave my mask on. No one would ever know.
I love that people are still clapping and cheering. Only a few people are actually confused. I would be happy if Farina was in on this the whole time. If Farina was fully aware of what was happening and was just like, yay, babe, let's do this shit. Yeah, they gave in. Cheer for the queen.
This is what fame looks like. When it's truly deserved.
Jillian, you were amazing! Syra was tearing up when you did your final solo dance.
I love it.
Well, so are you.
Really? I was so nervous. My legs felt like they turned to jelly.
What looked like an actor unsteady on her feet was in fact a poignant expression of the protagonist's frailty in her last moments. Or whatever.
Oh no, I can't take any more of that.
Hey, Mary! What the heck was that? Why wasn't Lynette playing the lead?
Our articles are already going to press. You better have a good explanation for this.
It was my...
Hey now, it was all of our...
Hold on. The decision was mine, and mine alone. They had nothing to do with it. If you have any concerns, gentlemen, then please direct them to me.
Marry you? So it was you? Well then, I trust you'll have no objection to me pulling the plug on this production.
Time for Act 5.
Director Mariu, Mr. Maloney, what on earth is going on? Why was Lynette not in the lead role?
Yes, bitch.
It took a lot of convincing from me for her to accept the role, and I had to turn down some big work opportunities to come and watch her performance today. You have some explaining to do.
Lenny, it was all his idea. Mariu, explain yourself.
Wait, Lenny, as a matter of fact, this was a piece of performance art. In this play, the masks and costumes serve to obscure the differences between characters, and by extension, the difference between human and machine. We took that idea to the next level with an actor swap, blurring the lines between one performer and the next. So it's in service of the ambitious artistic goals of the production.
What?
It's similar to deceiving the audience in a magic show. We employed this technique as a means of breaking the fourth wall. It allows the audience to more intuitively understand the cognitive dissonance felt by the protagonist as a machine trying to reconcile the notion of her humanity. The audience's experience mirrors the protagonist's own confusion and becomes part of the artistic performance itself.
Hold up. What is this nonsense?
Oh, I see. Well, bravo, Director Mariu. You even had me fooled.
That's probably more because you just don't really understand avant-garde art very well, Lenny.
Maybe so, maybe so.
I love Lynette.
Perhaps it went over my head, but I'm sure our experts here saw the whole thing coming a mile away.
You must have worked it out by the end of the first half, surely. Mr. Amory, I just heard that you managed to write your review after just the first 2 acts.
I'm sure that'll help Director Mariu by setting future audiences up for the surprise twist at the end.
Yes, you're right. Director Mariu and I are old friends. You should have said something. Then I could have played along even better.
Yes, well, to deceive the audience, you must first deceive your closest companions. I have to give credit to Lynette and her experience in performing magic. That's what inspired me to take my art to the next level.
Hmm? You mean your show was partly inspired by Lynette's background in magic? Well, in that case, I'll have to plug it to everyone I know.
Unfortunately, I think Mr. Maloney is going to cancel the show.
Cancel the show? Mr. Maloney, is this true?
While I accept that deceiving the audience in the manner you did certainly has artistic merit, this is not a magic show, and we don't want our audience demanding their money back.
A very valid criticism, and one that I humbly accept. If that happens, we're prepared to reimburse and apologize to any audience members who weren't satisfied with the experience.
But based on their reaction today, I think that what most people want to see is an excellent piece of theater and not celebrity cameos.
Plus, it looks like Jillian is better than me at delivering the excellence people want to see. I'm sure audiences will be very happy with the show if she's allowed to stay in the leading role.
Some reviews have said that Lynette gave the performance of the year. Wouldn't you say Jillian was the performance of a lifetime?
Maloney, I believe there should still be time to tweak my article. From the look on Lynette's face, I think she's being sincere.
Oh, one other thing. We managed to get a meeting with Lady Farina earlier. All thanks to the Traveler's reputation, of course. Anyway, she agreed to write a review focusing on Jillian's performance and the quality of the show as a whole. She promised to give her honest opinion, and I'm sure today's audience will be discussing her performance too. There's sure to be a variety of opinions.
But what about you, Mr. Cornton? How would you rate this show?
I mean, art at its finest, clearly. But I'll have to give it some thought before I decide exactly what to write.
Oh, of course. Always good to put some thought into these things. Especially now, with a growing range of voices out there.
Oh, hi.
I imagine competition for readers becomes more fierce when everyone's discussing the topic.
I apologize. I'm kind of in the climax of this quest, but I do appreciate the comment. And I hope you enjoy the rest of it. I am almost done, but hope you enjoy what you see.
Quarantine.
How are you doing?
Amory, let's go.
I'm good. How are you? I hope you're well. Sorry about the delay. It's rather delayed. I've noticed that. I have it playing on my...
I am a little sad, but okay, I guess.
Why are you sad? What happened?
I lost my 5-0.
Ugh. Oh, that sucks. To what? Like, who are you going for and what'd you get?
Mona.
Oof. I feel
Navia.
bad. Aww. I wish I could give you my Navia. I truly do. That sucks. I feel that. I have like a C3 Mona right now. It's bad. Well, I do hope you get her. I mean, as time goes on, you can still like rack up a few wishes. Maybe you'll get really lucky. Before her banner ends.
Honestly, I only said because my savings get used that I saved for 3 days. Because I am playing this game for 1 week only.
Ugh. I'm sorry, that really sucks. That like really, really sucks. I can't really repair that, but I do hope it gets better. Because it really sucks when you're like...
1 week, 2 days if count everything.
Yeah, that's still not a lot of time to save up. I feel bad.
But I have been lucky in the game through my time I got Farina.
Well, that's good. Farina's great.
Anyway, apologies continues the story.
Don't apologize. I'm really happy you confided in someone. And I'm happy to hear about what's happening. It sounds like it really sucks. And I do hope it gets better. And I do hope you can continue playing the game and having fun with it and getting characters. Because, honestly, that's the most fun part about this. So just, I hope things get better and you can still enjoy things. And thank you for watching and commenting, truly. I really appreciate it. A sour-faced Maloney leaves with the critics in tow, and I can't read that.
Well, I kind of think I already used all of my luck.
I don't think so. I don't think luck works like that. This might make you upset.
Because I have C2 Farina.
Oh, jeez. Never mind. C2 Farina, jeez. Well, do you have any, oh, wow, C2 Farina. Okay, give me a second. Let me check that out real quick. Let me give it a scan. Oof. Yeah, that's really lucky. that's pretty cool. That's pretty lucky. I have Farina myself, but I have a lot of 5 stars. That's because I'm a whale. That is no luck. I am privileged. That's the summary. I think you still have some luck in you. And some hope. Always have hope. This game isn't ending just yet. And if you can scrape out more time playing it, I want you to. We always need more players that really care about it and that are just trying to have fun. Games are meant to have fun. You know? So just,
Thank you.
Sorry,
so much.
I'm bad at words, but I'm trying.
Who knows how much
By
further
the
down
way,
that
what is the wheel?
path I would have gone.
What is the wheel? What is the wheel? What is the wheel? Wheel? Wheel. Wheel? Is that what it said? That's what it said audibly. I have no clue. Apologies what you're speaking about. Wheel?
I mean, whale.
Well, I spend a lot of money on this game. I spend a lot of money on this game. Oh, no, it's not a problem. It's fine. Just vibe. I can figure it out. I just can't read. I just spend a lot of money on this game. I spend a lot of money getting characters. I have multiple, skins that I didn't need to pay for. I absolutely did not need to pay for. I've spent, I don't even want to figure out how much I've spent on this game. I spent a lot of money on this game. Way too much. And if I'm talking too fast, just let me know. I can talk a bit slower. I'm just a fast speaker.
A few days ago, I met a guy in Co-op. He said to me that he spent 50 getting C0 Farina.
One time I spent, I think, $100 to $200 on a character and a skin. And that was one time. I've been playing this game for nearly 4 years now. It's gonna be 4 years in December. How long I've been playing this game. So. Which is still a few months away, but still.
Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just very lucky and very privileged to be in a situation where I can spend a lot of money on the game. That's not what a lot of people can do, so don't feel bad about not getting characters.
So do you get consolation for every characters or the only you like?
I have never intentionally gotten a constellation for a 5-star. Never once. I got one accidentally because I was rolling for constellations for a 4-star, and I ended up getting the 5-star constellations. I've also accidentally gotten constellations losing my 50-50 and stuff. But I don't try to get constellations. I always just try to get, as many characters as possible, in general. I just love having variety. I love options.
I always told myself that once I'd made enough more, I'd get back to doing what I loved.
Thanks for
But
asking.
along the way, I started to lose sight of what that was.
Nice.
Yeah. I love characters. I just love different characters. I love different kinds of writing. I love the lore of it all. I don't know. I just think it's fun. It's fun. It's sad that not everyone can have access to it because obviously to get a lot of characters, you need to be super duper lucky or spend a lot of money, which sucks, and I wish it wasn't the case.
Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success.
By the way, in which nation are you in? You are playing for 4 years, so I guess you are in the 7th nation.
Oh no, sweetie. Okay, that sounded condescending. I apologize. Let me give you an explanation. Not all the nations are released. Only 4 of the nations are released. The 2 that played at the start. The 2 that, like, existed at the start of the game when it was first released, way back when. And, oh jeez. My brain is just disappearing. Inazuma, that was released about a year later. And then Sumeru, that was released a year later. And then Fontaine, that was released about a year ago. Again, these... it'll be the 4th year anniversary for Genshin in September, which is about 2 months away. And then it will be my 4-year anniversary of playing the game in December, which is a few months away. The nation that is releasing in September is going to be Natlan. Actually, Natlan's probably going to release a little bit before, but...
Anyways, I have completed the 2nd nation, now I am into the 3rd nation.
Nice, Inazuma, yeah. I'm sure you'll catch up in no time and you'll be to where everyone else is, waiting for the next nation to come out, because live update games, things are constantly coming out, and we don't have everything yet. This game is not done. There's so much more to come, and I'm super, super excited for you to play and have fun with it. It's so fun. It's such a fun game. I love it to death. It's a little messy, but that's okay. I love me some mess. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You'll find beautiful locations in this game, fun characters, fun storylines. Inazuma's a fun time. There are a lot of people that don't really like it because of the story. I quite like it. It's one of my favorite nations.
Raiden is so strong, like she was trying to take the vision, then the traveling challenge her and get beaten.
Yeah. Oh, that was such a scene. Oh, you got to there. Yeah, that was terrifying. I felt like she was gonna come through the screen and, like, murder me. I was terrified. Oh, jeez. When Inazuma was first released, I swear, there was so much hype. I swear everyone was screaming online. It was so crazy. But yeah. Ugh. It's fun. It's a fun time, really. Just enjoy it. Enjoy it as much as you can. Just I'd say with the story, just let it wash over you. I feel like a lot of people dig super deep into the story and are like, oh my goodness, this sucks, or this sucks, and they try to find anything they can to critique about it. And there are problems with the story, because it's made by people. And obviously valid critiques and all that. And if you enjoy things by dissecting them, then that's okay, but I think the best way to consume the story is by just kind of letting all of it happen to you.
Well, for some reason, everybody say I am rushing game, even though I've been enjoying the story.
No, I think a lot of people say that just because they've been playing for a long time, so it's felt very slow to them. But you're actually not rushing. I knew someone when Inazuma was first released that got to Inazuma within a month, and I was like, geez, you know, it felt so crazy to me because I had been playing that game for about a year at that point, and I was like, wow, crazy. But it's just, you know, you do whatever you want to do on your time. There is no time limit. There is no judgment here. Just have fun. It's a game. Just do what feels right to you. You don't even have to enjoy the story. You can just play because you like the mechanics. I used to be one of those people that always sat on my high horse and was like, everyone has to love the story, but like, no. It's a game. People can enjoy it however they want to enjoy it. You know? It's your choice. Don't let people try and force you to do something you don't want to do. Never do that. Always do what feels right.
You're right. Yes.
Oh, that was a weird rant. I'm in a...
very lucky.
I'm in a mood. Sorry.
Well, the reason of my fast progress is I already have strong characters. I don't have many characters, but I have strong characters. Skipping the rest. I do 2k damage, sometimes 5k with reactions.
Honestly, that's pretty great for where you're at, but if you stick around for a little bit, once I'm done with this little thing, I'll show you some crazy damage. I'll show you. When you get super high into ARs, like AR-60, I'm AR-60. It's crazy. It's crazy out here. It's intense.
Anyway, enough about my problems. What are we going to do about the threat letter
With
that
Farina
Lynette
Q I can get 10k.
Nice! Love it. Farina's so powerful. You'll have a great time with her. She's a great character. She also has a great story that it's going to be a while until you experience that, but it's such a grand time. She's very easy to relate to, at least for me.
I've been looking into it a lot over the past couple of days, but
So that is the reason I am progressing fast, because I one-shot everything.
Yeah, that's fair. I was progressing very slow when I first started because I refused to level up or get characters. I was like, I refuse to do anything that's hard work, because, honestly, fair. When I first played, I'm in high school right now, so when I first played, I was in middle school. It was like 7th grade, I think? Maybe 8th grade. 8th grade, it was 8th
While
grade.
getting Farina was not a bad choice, I guess.
Yeah. Farina was a fun time. Also, never, like, look back if a character's not good. Obviously, if you don't like playing them, then that's its own thing. But if you want to get a character, get a character. Don't let the meta people be like, oh my goodness, you do this, you need to do that. Do what feels good. Have fun.
Ah, yes.
Always go with
about
your
that.
gut.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
Wait. You're Jillian's sister, right?
I'm sorry. Gina insisted on coming to see Lynette. I couldn't stop her.
Lynette, I'm sorry!
Lynette just shot me a glance. I think she's unsure which mode to use in this situation. Wait and see how things play out. Performance. What she's talking about. Never heard
You
of it.
are saying something.
Huh?
About 7th grade.
Oh, right. Sorry. I was just talking about, Sorry about the delay. Oh my goodness, it's such a delay. Yeah, I was in 8th grade when I started playing this game. I thought it was 7th, it was actually 8th. Took me a second. Yeah. I'm very young when I started playing this, so... This game has grown with me. In a lot of ways. So yeah. It's just... I know a lot about this game. I kind of lived... It was kind of my whole personality for a while there. So, my only advice is just have fun. Just let it sink all in. Have opinions. Speak your opinion. Speak your mind. You know? I feel like hiding away and just doing what the giant population of people that plays this game tells you, which is really hard not to, because this game got really popular.
So, you are in college now by my guess.
No, I'm in high school. But I appreciate your overestimation of my age. I really do. No, I'm in high school. I'm in high school. I'm going into my senior year. So yeah. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. But yeah. Yeah, no, not in college, but I plan on going to college, you know, eventually, when the time comes.
You are close to my age then.
Probably. I don't feel comfortable sharing my age online just because that's kind of personal information. And I would advise you also not to share your age online because that's very personal information. But probably. I've met a lot of high schoolers on here. Just because I feel like they all migrate to, like, the small channels just because it feels cozy. You know, it's something to listen to.
No issue.
Yeah, thank you. Wait and see how things play out.
That letter? I was the one who wrote it.
Oh my.
What?
Gina? So it was you?
Director, it's time for... Oh,
Okay. Weird energy here.
No, I am not a high schooler. I was in high school 1 year ago. Now I am in college.
Ah, okay. So you're about, like, a year older than me then. Cool. Fun. Like, you're going into college, or you've already gone to college? Sorry, that's your personal information. You're not a child. You can share that. I am having a weird brain moment. Apologies. I am a wreck. Woo!
I think we
it's 5 in the morning and I'm tired.
I am already into college.
So, like, you're going into, like, your sophomore year? Sophomore year of college. Fun times. My sister's already graduated from college. I don't know what college is like, but I'm sure it's fun. Unless it's, like, different area. I don't know where you live.
I am a first year.
Yeah, you might be starting college early. I don't know where you live. I don't know what college is like where you're from. School is so weird, depending on where you live. I swear. So weird. Yeah. But, fun. I'm sure it's a grand time. I am going to be going to high school. It's my summer break right now, so I ain't doing shit. I'm just chilling at home doing nothing most days, so. What a fun time.
Lynette, Gina must have been worried sick about me. I'm sure even she wouldn't do something so stupid if she was in her right mind. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you somehow.
Jillian, no! This is completely my fault.
I can understand the feelings. I am also on my holidays.
I got the wrong end of the stick and completely misjudged Lynette.
Yeah, fair. Breaks are so nice, I swear. I wish my life was a break. Just never doing anything ever again. Sounds grand. Ugh, I'm so lazy. It's fine.
Well, since I haven't actually suffered any losses, seeking redress could be difficult. Maybe we could just let this one slide.
I love Lynette.
Are you sure?
I was giving this scholarship exam and now the results are remaining, so I am on the holidays.
Oh. Interesting. Okay, I hope things turn out well.
After all, Gina wouldn't
tests
be the
and
first
shit scare the
person to
shit
ever
out of me.
misjudge
I swear.
Right?
True. True.
In any case, I think we can all agree it was a misunderstanding and nothing more. No need to overcomplicate things.
When it will be okay, even if I didn't pass, I just wanted to give it a shot.
Yeah, of course. Always give it a shot. Always take chances. Well calculated chances. Don't take stupid reckless chances where you jump off of a roof and die. That's stupid. Why did I go to death? Who? Okay. Taking risks is a good thing. In summary. Yes. Good. Y'all, it's 5 in the morning. I'm tired. I have not slept in a long time.
But still, I was wrong to write that letter. I should own up to my actions. Make it up to you in some way.
She seems pretty insistent.
5 in the morning. Oh my god.
Then how about helping out backstage?
Yeah. I don't know where it is where you are. Hope it's a more decent time. I usually stay up pretty late. I never sleep. What is sleep? I don't know that. I don't know the bitch. Sleeping? Who? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Anyway.
It is 3 in the afternoon.
Wow, what a stark time difference. Jeez. Wait, is it, okay. 3 in the afternoon on the 17th or on the 16th? I assume the 17th. I assume I'm pretty, early. But I don't know. I don't know how time zones work. So I need that information. If you don't want to give it, it's fine. It's personal.
1-6.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That
Sorry, 1-7.
Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, time zones scare me. So, yeah. Yeah. Fun times. Fun times. I'm confused by everything constantly.
Huh? Backstage?
Oh my goodness, Gina's terrified. I love her.
The crew could always use an extra hand. Plus, it'll give your older sister a chance to keep an eye on you and stop you getting into any more trouble.
Thank you, Lynette. Really, thank you so much.
Assuming Gina's meant to be a teenager in this. You're finally awake? The show's about to start.
Is it? I'm so much more at home here in the audience. I get to sit on a comfy seat, and I don't have to activate my energy-consuming modes all the time.
Sounds like Gina got more than she bargained for out of that backstage job. You gave her your supporting role in the play, too?
Mary said she's a very promising young actress, and she has natural chemistry with her older sister. In their capable hands, the show doesn't need me to attract an audience anymore.
Slay. I love how she's like, I don't want to do it. I'm about to be lazy. Let them do the work. They're slaying.
Freedom at last.
You don't even feel a little bit disappointed? Fame was right around the corner.
Fame is more trouble than it's worth. I'd rather leave that side of things to my brother and the others.
Respect,
By the
honestly.
way, what is your favorite part of the game? Mine is the story and character.
Oof. What a wonderful question. Ugh, there's so many things. Okay. My favorite storyline so far has to be Sumeru's. I mean, I love Fontaine's, but I feel like Sumeru really, tackles the complicated and the fun. Though Fontaine is definitely second on the list. My favorite character has to be Kaching. I love her. Love her so much. Lynette is definitely up there. Lynette, Farina, and Kaching are my three favorite characters. I can't choose. They're all equal. All three of them. But yeah.
I'm happiest when I get to sit in a quiet place, watch them do their thing, and cheer them on.
Like you're doing now?
Yep. Exactly like I'm doing now.
A seat in the audience. Where there is someone performing on stage, there will be others clapping in the audience. Wonderful, wonderful tie-ins. Ugh. As much as I'd love to snatch these endings real quick, I'll have to do it on the next one before we start Arlecchino's quest. Because I do not have time. I do not have time. So, yeah, I have stuff to do in about an hour. So, I must go.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
Though I appreciate it. Truly, I do.
You are leaving.
I am. I'm sorry. You caught me right at the end of it. I have to go to a different house.
Have a nice day and please sleep.
I will. I have some stuff to do until about 12. But then I'll knock out, take a little nap, and then wake up later. But yeah, I have stuff to do till 12. So
something you wish
pretty
to
busy day. It's fine. I
undivided
usually wake up at 2 p.m. anyway. So wake up at 2 p.m. Go to sleep at
Bye.
Bye. See ya. I'm gonna do my little outro thing, but a personal bye to you because you're here and you seem pretty cool. So, what was I doing? I was doing a thing. Did I do the thing? I did not do the thing. Oh, that's sad. Okay. Well, the thing can wait. I should do this outro thingy. I have to go. I love everyone watching this so much.
There is an outer showroom.
Uh-huh. What? Wait, what? Did I miss something? Oh no, now I'm panicking.
I made typo in this sentence.
Ah, there is an outro, I assume, is what, yeah. Okay. I see. Yeah. It's my little thing. This is my little thing.
I meant to say there is an outro, show me.
I mean, I guess I can just do it when I say it. It's this. I love you all so much. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you later. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. And remember that you matter. Bye. Thank you.